Families for Justice was started by two people who are total strangers who met on Facebook. And social media, of course, is a beast with all sorts of negatives as well as positives, but it was incredibly important for this and for connection during lockdown, just as Zooms were, and we lived online. And they had both lost close family members, and they started discussing it. And it was first a support group where people were comparing experiences. And as I say, for many people, it was such a, people grief and trauma, but they're very different things. People didn't get to be with the person they loved who was dying. They not only didn't get to be with them, they didn't get to celebrate them. They often didn't really have any contact at all, didn't know knowledge of, they'd be taken away in an ambulance or they'd be consigned to a care home and they would not see them. So a lot of them also had not just trauma, but disbelief. They couldn't actually believe that the person was gone. It's like the war dead, it's the empty sarcophagus, it's the cenotaph, but there wasn't even a focal point for that. So this group became a focal point for it, and it began channeling, I remember those early conversations, and we were all talking about the lessons that there were. There were these lessons that could be learned that would stop people dying, not in the next pandemic, but this pandemic, if you only listened to those personal stories. I think one of the other things to understand is, I am very functional for somebody who is grieving and does carry trauma. But one of the ways that you achieve that functionality is to compartmentalize. And so a lot of the time I protect myself from some of this news. But of course, today we've had the Partygate report, as well as the us being in the beginning of this inquiry, which COVID bereaved families campaigned for. We're very happy that it's happening. It took way too long to start because, as I say, there's an urgency. You might save lives from knowing these stories. But of course, the COVID bereaved stories, apart from that wonderful video at the beginning, are not being represented within any of the modules. We wanted the lawyers for the group had come up with 20 sample case studies. Everybody understands this can't go on indefinitely. It has to be run properly and fast and efficiently. But there were these 20 stories that could, in each story, had some systemic failure or some learning that could save people now, not just sort of in some hypothetical.
But the inquiry rejected that as a sort of, you could almost have that as like, the epigram at the start of a chapter of a book. Yeah. What it's called, and that would be the story that would start that module.
Exactly.
But they didn't go for that.
They didn't go for that. So there's this sort of mixed feelings about the inquiry. One of the burdens that we all carry is this anger. Like grief, it's a truism that grief is love, but it really is. And one of the ways what your ambition for grief shouldn't be to get rid of it. People are ridiculous who have in the idea that you can move on or shed it. What you do is you make it livable, you embrace it, it's part of your life.
Ambition for grief is such a powerful phrase about how to wrestle with something.
Exactly. But you can't do that with trauma, and you absolutely can't do that with anger. And I don't know if you can hear my voice is getting strained, even just thinking about Boris Johnson and the government. And all of us carry this sort of burning ember that is a kind of toxic burning ember as well. I want to be able to celebrate Andy and think about him peacefully. And I want to compartmentalize that away, but you can't.
So what will you get from the inquiry then, other than just the lessons that can be applied to the next pandemic? Or is that all there will be?
No, it's very important. As I say, I mean, there's disappointment that the stories won't be heard, but it isn't just because I'm somebody who lost, I lost Andy, I lost the love of my life, but that doesn't mean that I think that's the only thing that mattered about the pandemic. I think that there are many lessons that need to be learned. But I mean, I think the biggest thing for everybody who campaigned for that inquiry was to make sure that people are spared what we went through. And so if there is a sense from the inquiry that it has, you know, even if a few lives are saved because of the inquiry, I promised myself I wouldn't cry.
Well, that's fine.
These are angry tears.
Right.
These are not the tears that I cried before, and I would like to go back to, you know, I would like to go back to purer grief.
Catherine, thank you so much for coming back on Newscast. It's been lovely to catch up with you after all these years. Basically, it's years.
Yes.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's all for this episode of Newscast. We'll be back with another one very soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Newscast.
Newscast from the BBC.
Oh, referee! Do you know how to use that whistle? Hello.
Are you okay, Lee?
I think I've soiled myself.
Not Going Out starts Friday 23rd of June on BBC One and iPlayer.
I can't believe you gave up the music thing to be an assistant. You're done wrong. As well as write his bars.
What's going on in here? Every your nose can make you a star.
It's my family to get the name champion. Winners only.
Champion to the world.
It's champion versus champion now. So get ready. Brand new Champion. Coming soon to BBC One and iPlayer.
Well, before I try and sleep in the hottest bedroom on the planet, let's see if it's going to cool down anytime soon with Ben Rich.
Hello there. Some places have seen torrential downpours and thunderstorms this week. Others have stayed dry, continuing what has been a long run of dry weather. Kent is a very good example. Manston in Kent has seen no rain for 33 days. These figures valid up to the start of the 15th of June, but plenty of other places have seen no measurable rain for a number of weeks now. That is set to change to an extent. This is the chart that shows the rainfall accumulations we're expecting over the next 5 days. Wettest weather in the west. Further east, quite a patchy rainfall pattern. It's going to be showery rain, which means some places will see a lot more than others. The change to those wetter conditions is beginning to take shape out in the Atlantic with this swirl of cloud. We start to see the first signs of that through Friday with the chance for some shower. And when you got right.
They rarely come off worse because those things are so darn big.
Oh, that's a good one.
That one. Lucas put a smile on her face now.
Si j'avais envie de vous connaître.
His eyes. He never saw anything. He never knew anything. I saw the blow register in his eyes. It's a normal conversation. I know it sounds unbelievable. It's a normal conversation. If they'd have walked in with chocolate biscuits and tea, I would have stayed and drank tea and ate chocolate biscuits. I would have done anything just to get out of that house.
David Smith now had to decide what to do. He was a petty criminal known to the police. He was friends with Ian Brady. He had just helped clear up the murder scene, and the wife waiting for him at home was Myra Hindley's sister.
I first met Maureen when I was a very young teenager, and I made her pregnant. She became pregnant when I was 15, and we married when I was 16, which was the legal age to get married. There was never any question of that. You just got married in them days. That's what you did. I got married when I was 16.
The Hindley sisters introduced Smith to Brady, who was 10 years older.
I arrived home. I went up in the lift. I went in. Maureen was in bed. I was covered in blood. I went to the bathroom and I absolutely vomited. I then had to tell her what had happened. I've just seen somebody killed. Now I'm scared. All I want to do is get to a police station. That's all I want to, but I don't move out of the flat. I wait probably 2-3 hours. The reason why I wait for 2 or 3 hours is very easy. There's a milk float. People are moving. The newsagents' lights have come on. There's people out there. I feel a bit safer. Now's the time. We go round to the phone box. I ring 999 and put through to Hyde Police Station. I don't tell them over the phone what's happening. Pick me up. My name is David Smith. I'm at Hare Hill Road. Phone box. Pick me up, please. We get to the station. All I want to do is smoke. That's it, I can't talk. I can't tell them yet. Your man sits on the edge of the desk. He waits. He knows there's a problem. He waits. In your own time. I say it's murder.
Documentaries on Ford, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Welcome to the first ever National Lottery Tour. Tonight,
You dropped this. Thank you.
there it is.
Oh, the ticket!
The winning numbers are 10.
What's wrong? We've won and I've lost the ticket. This ticket? We won! We won!
It was our first time in Kyoto.
Oh yeah, it was a whole new thing for us. We stayed in a room in Takashi's home.
We told Takashi that we wanted to go to a nice sushi restaurant. He was like, I can teach you.
I think that's where the sushi party started. It was so funny. You got pretty good at it.
Yeah, I think I'm quite talented.
Who said electricity can't be bold? Who said cool can't be cool?
I can't believe this.
Who said hybrid technology can't trigger emotion? New Nissan Juke Hybrid, a thrilling, electrified experience.
You don't always realize that you're running out of time.
What am I going to do without you?
I can't believe she's gone.
From the darkest moments come the biggest tests.
Not interrupting anything, am I?
Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream free now.
What do you say when your child asks, why me? When they won't use the stupid chair? When people say, it's not as good as normal tennis? What do you say when they're trying to win their 5th Wimbledon?
You will always find the words. We will always connect you, always be there on Vodafone's reliable, award-winning network.
Triangle Sunnies, you are the picnic queen. Time for passion fruit martinis, know what I mean?
Effortlessly delicious spa quality cocktails. So whenever you're feeling fine,
Spark inside.
Hey, feel fresh as fresh with Lynx Africa. The #1 male shower gel, the gun.
My name's Chris McCausland and I am travelling to the wonders of the world I can't see, and I'm taking along my funniest mates to describe them to me.
Imagine a series of columns like an ancient gazebo.
Brand new series, The Wonders of the World I Can't See, on Channel 4. Stream all episodes or watch live from Monday at 10.
Well, you can't beat British meat. And once I get that grill fired up, literally no stopping me.
But last time Mum had to finish cooking.
That was a wasp.
Enjoy 100% British front steak, just $9.99 a kilo with your Morrison's More card.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
I spent most of my life putting other people's needs before my own. I'm not going to do that for a bit, and it feels so great.
We're women, Linda. This is what we do. Stop smacking me!
Time's up, Linda.
Bye, Linda.
The Change on Channel 4. Stream all episodes from Wednesday. Watch live at 10. Documentaries on 4. Sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
In October 1965, when David Smith reported the murder of Edward Evans to police, neither he nor they realised they were dealing with the last in a spate of serial killings and not just a single murder. Almost immediately, police called at 16 Wardlebrook Avenue. Myra Hindley answered the door. Ian Brady was lying on the sofa in the front room. There was no sign of the carnage David Smith had described. The police reported both Brady and Hindley to be polite, calm, and cool. Upstairs, however, police discovered the body of Edward Evans. Ian Brady was taken to Hyde Police Station. Clive Entwistle was a 23-year-old journalist in Manchester who went to investigate the rumour of a murder.
I saw a policeman standing outside number 16 Wardlebrook Avenue and went to speak to him. And he said, oh yeah, they found a body in the back, a young man trussed up in polythene in the back bedroom. And they arrested the man responsible, a fellow called Ian Brady. I said, oh, anything else? He said, well, his girlfriend is at a neighbour's with her grandmother at the back. So I went to the house nearby. So I walked through to the front room. Myra was sitting in a corner looking out of the window. She was dressed in a summery dress with a cardigan on. The famous hairstyle, bouffant hairstyle, was not in sight. Her hair was flat and around her ears and shoulders. And I spent 20 minutes trying to interview her, but obviously she knew the enormity and the difficulty she was in, of which I and others had no idea. We thought it was just a straight up, straight down murder. They'd got a body and they'd got the culprit. She told me her name. She told me Ian Brady. She's confirmed that she lived at the house. And that was it. But she wouldn't tell me anything else, however many questions I put at her. She just blankly looked out of the window.
But it was only a few days before Myra Hindley would be arrested as well. Myra Hindley always disputed her role in the murder of Edward Evans. 20 years after the Moors murders, she began writing to a friend she made in prison, a correspondence that lasted for years and now provides a unique new insight into Hindley's thinking.
Dear Janie, thanks for yours. A genuine February.
Janie Jones was a 1960s pop singer. In 1973, she was convicted in relation to organising sex parties at her home in London.
Well, I starred in shows and I met the millionaires and titled men. And I introduced them to out-of-work actresses and hostesses. And it started from there.
These parties led to Janie Jones being branded London's Vice Queen and tried on vice charges.
They would say, right, if a party took place at your house, and say 5 or 6 of them went up into the bedroom, or if something happened, you would know about it. And I said to the judge, well, not really, unless it was something unusual. Oh, what do you mean unusual, Miss Jones? I said, well, if they had sex swinging from the chandelier, I suppose I'd find out about it. And they turned around and they said, well, the judge turned around and said, well, you know, wouldn't that upset you? I said, well, I'd be upset about the chandelier, but, you know, I don't know about the sex.
Janie Jones was sent to Holloway Women's Prison, where Myra Hindley was England's most notorious female prisoner. One day, Janie Jones saw Hindley being beaten by another prisoner.
Josie O'Dwyer, who looked like a man and dressed like a man, she was too violent for Broadmoor. And I used to talk to Josie for hours on end and was very friendly with Josie, but she hated Myra Hindley. The next thing I knew, Josie O'Dwyer jumped out and attacked Myra Hindley. Now, Josie, I've watched from time to time when there's been 6 officers keeping her down because she was so very, very violent. On this occasion, I jumped in and put my nails into the hand that was on her hair, and she was kicking her in the face, and the blood was splurting all over. And Myra Hindley had to be taken to an outside hospital because if I hadn't jumped in at that time, she would have definitely, no doubt about it, killed Myra Hindley.
Josie O'Dwyer broke Myra Hindley's nose and put her in hospital. Years later, in a letter to Janie Jones, Hindley was still smarting at the memory.
I can't forget. God forgive me, but I loathe her. Were I as vicious as she is, I'd give her something to be frightened of me for. Don't often bear grudges, but she's one person I find it impossible to forgive. She's a violent bitch. Period. End of unsavoury subject.
Janie Jones now found herself bonded to Hindley and the object of her attention.
So I saved her life. After the attack, the 3 probation officers said, "Oh, Hindley's walking back and forwards like a lion in a cage until you come back onto the wing." After that, Myra Hindley followed me around like a little puppy dog.
Janie Jones served out her sentence and was released from prison in 1977. Her association with Myra Hindley landed her a 1-hour TV interview.
When you went into Holloway, did you view Myra Hindley as the kind of monster that the rest of the world views her?
Yes. But then again, I was thrown in with her, and I got to know the girl, and I'm the only one that she's confessed everything to from beginning to end.
After she was released, Janie Jones visited Hindley in prison and sent her clothing, makeup and cigarettes. She also wrote to Hindley, and Hindley wrote back regularly.
You know, of course, that I trust you implicitly, and I know that it's mutual.
Until this time, Janie Jones accepted Hindley's version of the murder of Edward Evans.
Myra Hindley told me it was all Ian Brady and Smith, and she had nothing to do with the murders. She was scared stiff of him. He was going to murder her and her family. And she used to pretend that on her mother's life and that everything that was sacred, that it was all Ian Brady and Smith.
But by the 1990s, as new evidence on the Moors murders came to light and Hindley repeatedly changed stories, Janie Jones fell out with Myra Hindley and no longer trusted her. She wrote to Ian Brady, whom she hadn't met, to try and find out the truth of the Edward Evans murder.
What I did was I sent copies of the letter of Myra Hindley saying that Brady said he had enough to keep her in for 100 years. So therefore, my psychology went, I will do one serial killer against the other serial killer.
Janie Jones told Brady what Hindley had told her in prison about the Edward Evans murder.
What a jigsaw puzzle of the events of the murder of Edward Evans, which you say or hint was by David Smith. But if so, why did he blow the whistle on the events?
Myra Hindley told Janie Jones that her grandmother was sound asleep upstairs throughout the murder because Ian Brady had given her sleeping pills.
Hindley told me she panicked at the fight in progress and told Smith to rush in and help you. The dog was barking and she was worried grandmother would wake even with the sleeping pills she took. She told how she was forced to clean up the mess, and with Smith helping to put the body in a plastic bag and take it upstairs, and how gags were made of what a dead weight he was, and how she only cleaned up as if she did not, she could be the next victim. It was a great clean-up job by all if no blood was found on the carpet, a big mystery. The axe at the fireplace was handy, as was Smith's club, a stick he carried regularly, and his clothes and shoes would be covered if he was in the thick of the fight, 2 against 1.
Ian Brady replied, but he didn't tell Janie what she expected to hear.
Forensics evidence at the trial revealed that Myra and I only had microscopic spots of blood in our shoes. The carpet that Evans was allegedly butchered on was a magic one. The trial forensic evidence revealing it didn't even have a faint trace of blood in it. Smith's club, shoes and clothes were saturated with blood. In 40 years, no one has drawn the obvious conclusion from these facts.
So while Myra Hindley blamed both Ian Brady and David Smith, Brady blamed Smith alone. Was he protecting Myra Hindley? If so, why? "23-year-old Ian Brady first set eyes on 18-year-old Myra Hindley in January 1961, when she arrived to work as a typist at Millward Merchandise, a wholesale chemical distribution company in the Manchester suburb of Gorton. Brady worked there in a clerical job. At that time, Hindley kept a diary. She recorded her instant attraction.
Ian wore a black shirt and looked smashing. I took him home and he was ever so gentle.
She was fascinated by Brady and was desperate for Brady to take an interest in her. And initially he didn't. But she was absolutely enthralled with him. She was smitten. And so when Brady did eventually take an interest in her, she was determined to please him. And so slowly but surely, Brady cultivated her and cajoled her into his world so that he controlled her and she did his beckoning. She was quite happy to do that because she loved him, she wanted him, she needed him.
Over the next year, though she saw the darker side of Brady's personality, she wasn't put off.
He's a crude, uncouth pig. He's cruel and selfish and I love him. I hope Ian and I love each other all our lives and get married and are happy ever after.
At Millwards, Brady was on parole for petty burglary.
At 17, I did 2 years for simply being present at a trivial theft. Having spent all my time in Borstal studying accountancy and planning, organising contracts, I had no intention of having it all upset by recall, so I obtained an office job. I chose office work as the easiest option, ignoring the naturally deadbeat jobs the parole clown tried to foist on his clients. Anyway, I ended up in personal control of all stock control and deliveries of industrial chemicals in 6 Manchester railway stations and several warehouses, finding the task effortless, but resenting it consuming time I required for more lucrative private enterprises.
I met Ian Brady in the course of my travels as a forensic psychologist, and I remember shaking his hand, and he didn't like authority, so I think that in itself was quite unusual.
If I hadn't obtained an office job, I wouldn't have eventually had Myra Hindley as my typist. If I had not met Myra Hindley, I wouldn't have been diverted from my mercenary aims and onto the path of my downfall. So you're forced to take a simple measure to avoid one danger, and it leads you into a greater one.
But I do feel that there's a bizarre quality to these letters. And I think the bizarre quality is the product of his personality. His personality was extreme. He was grandiose. He was narcissistic. He was paranoid at the best of times. He felt that other people did their best to irritate him, upset him, conspire against him. And he was somebody who was incredibly anti-authority. So that anger that he has, that bitterness he has towards other people and the contempt that he has for other people really come through in the letters.
Brady stood out in other ways.
He was a gangly person, lanky, long-legged. We were all wearing very tight jeans, winkle pickers, little teddy boys, if you like, or leather jackets and such. Brady would wear a 3-piece suit, waistcoat, cufflinks, shirt and tie, Totally different, absolutely different. His occupation was a stock clerk, and he dressed as a clerk.
By the end of 1961, Brady and Hindley were a couple, and he had moved in with her and her grandmother, Granny Maybury.
My first recollections of Brady would be a motorbike parked outside Granny Maybury's house on a Friday night, and the motorbike would leave on a Monday morning. In other words, Brady was staying over the weekend with Myra. So therefore, their relationship had progressed from a working relationship in a little factory to a personal relationship in Granny Maybury's.
I would do his ironing, cooking and sex when he wanted it. I was useful. I did not ask questions when he did not come back. He just used to say it did not matter.
They were getting up in the morning and going to work together and coming home together. They were doing everything that would be normal. But they would have little secrecies that only they knew about. Little whisperings.
Somebody who is clinically insane can also appear extremely rational, can appear normal. I'm quite sure he appeared quite normal to Myra's grandmother and to other people on the estate. He didn't come across as being someone who was a lunatic.
Myra Hindley wrote about these years in an unpublished autobiography she passed to Janie Jones.
At the age of 18, I met a man who within months convinced me that there was no God at all. He could have told me that the earth was flat, that the sun rose in the west, that the moon was made of green cheese, and I would have believed him. Such were his powers of persuasion. Then I believed him because I thought I loved him, and his arguments were so convincing, he demolished my tiny precepts with a single sentence. So he became a god, my idol, my object of worship, and I worshipped him blindly, more blindly than a congenital blind for many years.
I wasn't aware that she changed in any way, to be honest, and I don't accept that she was ever under his spell. No, I don't accept that. I can't accept that. I cannot accept that.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Crisp cucumber, only 79p at Tesco. Ideal for when you're on salad duty at the family barbecue and make a dish that steals the show. That's true value. Only 79p at Tesco. Every little helps.
You were meant to act spontaneously. We were meant to help plan accordingly. Atoll protected.
Dear Bad, thank you. Thank you to the contract confusers, the price risers, and the fine work of the small print writers. Yeah, cheers to the bad mobile contracts out there for showing us how to make a good one. Switch now at givegaff.com to a contract that would rather raise your data, not your prices.
It's a big world. Equip yourself. Phoenix 7 Pro with solar charging. And Epix Pro with a brilliant AMOLED display. Because out here, there are no compromises. Only from Garmin.
I've discovered Fairy Non-Bio Platinum Gel, and it's changed my laundry game. Because with toddlers in the house, it's all stains and mess. And it's not just the kids. With gel, I can squeeze just what I need to deal with tough stains even on a cold wash. It's more powerful on stains and it's still so soft on sensitive skin. It's something that works for all of us. Very non-bio platinum gel with extra stain removal.
You don't always realise that you're running out of time.
What am I going to do without you?
I can't believe she's gone.
From the darkest moments come the biggest tests.
Not interrupting anything, am I?
Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream free now.
Some people have to dream up the perfect ingredient combination, and some people know a good thing when they see it. The new Subway series menu. There's now 2 ways to Subway.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I've lost the ceramides I need to seal in moisture. CeraVe with 3 essential ceramides is clinically proven to hydrate and protect my skin's natural barrier, so I look healthy and lock in moisture all day. CeraVe Facial Moisturizing Lotions. Save 20% on lookfantastic.com.
New gadget, Albert? No, this is my smart meter display. It shows how much energy I'm using daily, weekly, and monthly, which could help me make changes to save energy.
So it's not a time machine?
Of course not, Darren. That's in the shed.
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today.
Listen up, Goggleheads! Celebrity Gogglebox is back.
Hello!
What's happening here?
That's not normal, that. This is a good song, though.
Oh my god, it's like an 80s Top of the Pops.
Brand new Celebrity Gogglebox on Channel 4, stream weekly or watch live from Friday at 10.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
In October 1965, Manchester police began to learn more about the true nature of Ian Brady and Myra Hindley's relationship. What excited Hindley was Brady's secret double life of petty crime and his taste for motorbikes, guns, and the Nazis. Both Brady and Hindley always denied their relationship was a folie à deux, a combined madness that overtakes 2 people.
Myra Hindley and I once loved each other. We were in a unified force, not 2 conflicting entities. The relationship was not based on the delusional concept of folie à deux, but on a conscious, subconscious, emotional and psychological affinity.
I think he cared deeply about their relationship. It may have been a folie à deux, but for Brady, it was something very important to him. Brady's life seemed, until he met Hindley, to have been characterized by solitude. Not necessarily loneliness. Solitude and loneliness are 2 very different things. But I think that he opened up to her in a way that he found impossible to open up to other people. And I think that he found in her somebody who was prepared to tolerate some of his interests, some of his sexual interests, some of his sadistic interests.
Ian Brady taught both Myra Hindley and David Smith to shoot.
We started talking of petty crime, a situation of a robbery, and he produces guns. That impressed me. I'd never seen a gun before in my life. And all of a sudden there's a 45, there's a 38. These are big guns. And he's producing them and showing them to me.
Brady's letters to Janie Jones related his long history of gun use.
I handled my first revolver when I was 10. I always regarded them merely as tools and wasn't a fanatic.
He also constantly mentions carrying guns. And indeed, in some of the letters, he says, I had a gun when I was 8. There's an element of truth, though, here, isn't there? Because he does go to a shooting range with Myra and help Myra to fire guns.
We then began to go out in the car up on Saddleworth Moor for shooting practice. He had a shooting ground which he would use just to shoot away with the guns. I'd use the guns as well. And I'm sorry to say that I was impressed with them.
They were insurance policies, never displayed unless to be used. Very few saw them except at target practice. Unlike shotguns, they had the disadvantage of ballistics. Even at practice in the wilds, I always collected the empty shells and disposed of them in rivers miles away. In the final years, whenever travelling far outside Manchester, we carried guns in case something went wrong.
But what's not so true is this construction of him always being on a kind of job where it would be necessary to have guns. Brady wanted to see himself in criminal argot as a face, as somebody who was a bank robber, somebody who was going to take risks. And that's not the kind of offender he was. He was a pretty poor offender. And then, of course, when he does commit murder, he murders children. So this kind of image of himself as this kind of gangster figure is at some odds with the reality, and certainly with whom he goes on to kill.
Myra Hindley rode pillion behind Brady on his motorbike at speed. They once hit a double-decker bus.
It was the driver's fault. He put his indicator on as he was actually turning. However, as I was a learner and had removed the L plates as I was carrying a pillion passenger Myra, I pleaded guilty.
The thing that comes across very strongly from Brady's letters is the sense of him wanting to be a kind of anti-hero. You know, he's the kind of Marlon Brando figure. He's the wild one. Whereas in fact, of course, he had L plates on his motorbike. Marlon Brando never had L plates on his motorbike.
I sustained a gash knee and went by ambulance up Oxford Road. The comical part was that as the bike mounted the pavement and rattled along steel railings like a bobsledge, we ended up lying on the pavement at the feet of two uniformed policemen who were waiting for a bus. It was they who called the ambulance. All I wanted was to disappear from the scene.
Brady and Hindley appeared to find danger to be erotically charged.
It was quite an interesting night. A close brush with death stimulates the sexual urge as a defensive reaffirmation of life, and a bottle of wine later that night helped to anesthetize the physical disadvantages.
They wanted to break rules, break boundaries. They were excited by possibility, and they were sexually excited as well by possibility. Their sexuality was quite fluid. They were willing to experiment. They were interested in BDSM. They whipped each other, for example. They strangled each other. They were libertines in their mind. That's what they were. And they wanted to take things to the extreme, including, of course, their sex life.
But on the 7th of October 1965, investigation police had not yet understood the intense relationship of Hindley and Brady, or the role of Hindley, or that they were dealing with serial killers. In not arresting her, they left Myra Hindley free. Next to Millwards, where the couple worked, was a warehouse where they stored souvenirs of their earlier murders. It's believed they had a pact. If one of them were arrested, the other should act.
What a pity the evidence was destroyed by the so-called innocent Myra, and it was all you and Smith.
Yes, I'm afraid that it was unavoidable that evidence against Smith was destroyed along with that against us, when Myra reached and destroyed the master records in the office warehouse.
Myra was not arrested straight away, which was a great problem in hindsight for the police. They didn't realise that she was destroying documents and removing evidence because she knew the enormity. Brady was staying quiet, he wasn't saying anything. The only information the police were receiving was from David Smith.
But Myra Hindley didn't reach all the evidence before the police did. 2 days after Brady's arrest, police began to realise the murder of Edward Evans was not Brady's first. It was his last.
I received a phone call from my father-in-law, who was a police sergeant in Manchester. And he said he thinks that the chap they've got in custody in Hyde for the Hattersley killing had left 2 suitcases in one of the left luggage offices at the stations in Manchester.
Investigating police had put 2 and 2 together from David Smith's interview.
At this stage, I had a few minor petty things amongst my property. A starter pistol was one, a little bit of a kosh, and a few odds and ends. Brady, in the afternoon, asked me to bring this material round to his house. He then removes stuff out of his house and takes it away in a suitcase.
The police's hunch that Brady had deposited the suitcase at one of Manchester Station's left luggage counters was correct.
In those days, there were 5 stations in Manchester, and Dennis, my father-in-law, went through all 4 of them, and then at the 5th Central Station, he found the 2 suitcases, one blue, one brown, and in them he found evidence that they belonged to Brady. In there were copies of Mein Kampf, a kosh, there was a gun, there was a lot of porn, and there was also an Inland Revenue form with Brady's name on it. There was also a tape, a reel-to-reel tape in one of the suitcases, and they played a little bit of it. And he said there's a lot of music on it and stuff, but there's also a little girl screaming for her mother.
The discovery of this reel-to-reel tape turned the police investigation on its head. It would become the most infamous tape recording in British criminal history. Police had no idea when or where it was recorded or who the little girl was, but they realised they were listening to the torture of a child and possibly another murder. And Myra Hindley's voice was clearly heard on that tape recording.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
It's summertime and the cooking is easy, with Asda's quick and delicious dishes loved by Good Housekeeping. Asda, that's more like it.
You don't always realise that you're running out of time.
What am I going to do without you?
I can't believe she's gone.
From the darkest moments come the biggest tests.
Not interrupting anything, am I?
Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream free now.
Dexcom G7 can help you achieve better diabetes results without finger pricks or scanning. You see how exercise affects your glucose in real time, making it easier to spend more time in range. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7. Learn more at dexcom.com.
There's no such thing. England 0, Hungary 4. As an easy game in international football.
Bellingham tipped away. Saka having a go. Oh, what a goal!
The journey to UEFA Euro 2024 continues with Malta versus England on Channel 4. Watch live and free Friday at 7.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
In October 1965, police identified Myra Hindley's voice on a tape recording of an unknown child being tortured. 5 days after Ian Brady, Myra Hindley was also arrested and photographed. For the rest of her life, she would hate David Smith for, as she saw it, betraying her. And she would never forgive his wife, her younger sister Maureen, for not warning her of the impending fate that was about to befall her and Brady.
I don't know why she didn't come to get me. I think Smith terrified her. I did not know my sister well, and she knew I was involved with Brady. She may have felt I would come to no harm. I never sorted that out. You can't talk in prison visits about that.
It is untrue that Hindley and her sister were not close. When Maureen was born, though Myra moved across the road to live with her grandmother, The family was still together.
Inley would have lived, like I say, 2 minutes away from Maureen. Maureen was living with a mother and a father at 20 Eaton Street. Across the way, 2 minutes walk would have been the grandmother's house. Myra was being looked after at the grandmother's house.
As adults, they continued to live minutes away from each other and remained close.
The four of us would go out Sunday afternoons picnicking, but always behind it was bottles of drink. More drink and more drink.
David and Maureen regularly spent evenings in the company of Myra and Ian.
We lived in a multi-storey block of flats, me and Maureen, and Brady and Inley lived 3 minutes away, just literally across the road at Wardlebrook Avenue. So visits to each other's place became more or less the norm. She would be talking to Maureen about girly talk. The girls would get bored and literally go to bed, go for a lie down, and leave us drinking, listening to big band music, Hitler tapes. A pretty bad atmosphere altogether, to be honest. Looking back on it now, a pretty bad atmosphere.
Janie Jones's previously unseen correspondence with Ian Brady had revealed for the first time not only Myra Hindley's true feelings about her sister, but also about Smith. David Smith's survival instinct to play along in order to get out of their home alive on the night of Edward Evans's murder was well placed.
Myra hated David Smith, and all the time the rat was already nestled beside us to scrounge a worthless existence till the end of his life. So when 3 months before the end, we discussed cancelling him, it was her consideration of any spin-off effect on Maureen that had the decision deferred.
The difficulty he had was that Smith was married to Myra's sister. There were relatives. There was Smith's family. They would have started asking questions, where has he gone? So it wasn't easy. I'm sure he probably considered getting rid of Smith because he just didn't like him.
After the trial, of course, she agreed we should have cancelled them both. It was the only time I didn't follow instinct and allowed sentiment to influence what was necessary. I'd already identified Smith as unreliable, weak, and a danger, well over 3 months before he informed.
But there's a real revelation here in the letters, isn't it? That they are saying, it seems to me, for the very first time, that they were going to set up David Smith for the Moors murders. We then subsequently learn that Myra also had discussed with Brady whether they should also kill her sister Maureen, David's wife. Now that is new. That is new. That is something that we don't necessarily hear in other accounts of the case, that has emerged simply from the letters that were written. To what extent that's true or not, and what they were saying is authentic, is another matter.
There are parts of this that I believe, and parts of which I want to take with a pinch of salt, because I wonder whether, with Brady saying, well, I knew that David Smith was a weak link, I knew that he was somebody who could potentially cause problems for me, and I knew this 3 months before the end, is a way of him saving face. Is it just an ego defence for Brady?
I think he was trying to see how far he could go. I think he was pushing himself. I think he was experimenting at the same time. To consider killing David Smith, I'm sure he probably did. He didn't like Smith. He thought Smith was, to use a colloquialism, a bit of a wanker. He didn't think of him as a very strong person. He thought of him as being weak.
But I absolutely believe that whilst they were sitting in court, Brady and Hindley said, look, we should have killed both David Smith and Maureen. Because at that point, I think the gulf between them and everybody else in the world was so incredibly wide. Their bond was so strong. It was them against the world. And I think that their moral compass was so bent and twisted out of shape that, yes, they felt that they were entitled to get rid of people who had caused them problems. How dare somebody go to the police and report a murder? How dare a member of Myra's own family betray her like that? It's a very twisted way of thinking, but we're talking about very twisted individuals here.
The days and weeks after the brutal murder of Edward Evans confirmed to Brady and Hindley that they were right not to rely on David Smith. It was principally his phone call in the early morning of the 7th of October 1965 and his subsequent witness testimony that incarcerated them both till the end of their lives. But how involved was David Smith really?
David Smith was lured into being an accessory to the killing of Edward Evans. Brady had decided that he wanted to have total control of Smith. And that's why the plan was to invite him down that night on an excuse from Myra, and then to be privy to the killing of Edward Evans, to the brutal killing, so that Brady could control him after that. What he didn't expect was that he went home and told his wife Maureen, who was Myra's sister, of what had happened. And they decided at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to the local phone box and call the police. That was something Brady had not calculated.
I think Smith was a very brave man. They need a medal as big as a frying pan for what he courageously did.
If David Smith hadn't been forced to take part in the brutal killing of Edward Evans and not gone to the police, then Brady would have continued killing. What he had decided was that killing small children caused too much of a furor with the police, too much activity, too much interest, too much stress, speculation. And that is why he went for Edward Evans and picked him up in Manchester, because he was a 17-year-old. And he came to the conclusion that taking a 17-year-old, his parents and others would think, oh, he's run away from home, he's gone off, and there wouldn't be a huge search for him. I just think Evans was a lonely 17-year-old who didn't have a great deal of confidence. And so somebody like Brady, who could go along and chat him up and appear a friend, he would be grateful. And therefore, when Brady invited him home, he didn't see any alarm bells, he didn't see any warning signals. He just said, oh, I've got a friend. Yes, I'll go with him.
I often think about the Moores case, and I know that it stopped. The reason why it stopped is because Ian Brady made a massive mistake. And I am absolutely 100%, I swear to God, I am delighted that he made that mistake.
It was because 17-year-old David Smith made that phone call on the 7th of October 1965 that Ian Brady and Myra Hindley walked into Hyde Police Station, Manchester, and walked into history.
The police photograph of Hindley that was taken on her arrest, to me, that is the real Myra Hindley. Ian Brady's photograph taken at the same time is arrogant. It shows him pouting. He's got a look on his face that is superior. You look at this photograph of Hindley, you see the hard case of Hindley. You see the hard jawline. You see the haircut. You don't see fear. She's not frightened, but look at the eyes. Look right into them eyes on that photograph. They're bottomless. They're empty. There's not a spark in them eyes. And that's what makes that photograph for me the Myra Hindley that I know.
She was screaming for her life.
police listened to this tape and decided that Brady was involved in more than just one murder.
It is perfectly possible that Myra Hindley did strangle Wesley Ann Downey.
And that's when the police started to search on the moors.
I just couldn't believe people could be so evil.
If you've been affected by any of the issues that featured in the programme, you'll find details of support that's available at channel4.com/support.
Trail running sets me against myself. It's pure adventure.
Explore a world of documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Explore the dark edges of humanity with our huge true crime collection, streaming right now.
Now? That's good then, right?
They found us. Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
You've heard of an eye for an eye. There'll be no regrets.
Before We Die on Channel 4. Brand new series coming soon. Stream Series 1 now.
Get the KFC double dinner deal for just $6.99. Do the deal until the 23rd of July. Only at KFC.
You don't always realise that you're running out of time.
What am I going to do without you?
I can't believe she's gone.
From the darkest moments come the biggest tests.
Not interrupting anything, am I?
Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream free now.
It's a makeup removing miracle. Why is Garnier Micellar the UK's #1?
Quick and easy cleansing.
It's tough on makeup, it's super gentle on my skin.
That's 2 hours of makeup artistry on that pad. Now you see it, now you don't.
Garnier played no games with this one.
Try Garnier Micellar Water. 98% would recommend.
I'm hooked.
Try Garnier, naturally.
Meet Febrez's Miracle Spray. New Febreze Fabric Refresher. I literally use this every day to enjoy its freshness for hours. After I make the bed, after I catch my dog on the couch. So I can wear my jacket one more time. It even makes shoes smell fresh. Its water-based formula actually fights odors and doesn't just cover them up with scent. Over 1,000 uses. Febreze Fabric Refresher. Safe to use around cats and dogs.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Power Foam. Clings to surfaces. Killing germs in the hardest to reach places. New Domestos Power Foam. Unstoppable.
My name's Chris McCausland and I am travelling to the wonders of the world I can't see. And I'm taking along my funniest mates to describe them to me.
Imagine a series of columns like an ancient gazebo.
Brand new series, The Wonders of the World I Can't See, on Channel 4. Stream all episodes or watch live from Monday at 10.
See the best in Europe go head-to-head in the UEFA Nations League Finals. The UEFA Nations League Finals on Channel 4. Watch live and free Sunday at 7.
At Channel 4, we want to know what you're thinking about our shows, talent, all of it. But we want you to be able to do this and get a response in the same way you reached out. So, if you're a BSL user, you can contact us in real time through our website or the Sign Video app.
It's tough out here right now, and a lot of people are broke.
This one here's £100,000.
Or so I thought.
My favourite brand at the moment is Gucci, Prada,
Michael Kors, Marc Jacobs, Colbutts maybe.
Looking sharp is one thing, but the money being dropped on drip seems to be out of control.
most expensive item has got to be the Carolobus 480. £600 with a pair of glasses, which is fair enough, I think.
The bag is Balenciaga. I go for 1.2. I hope my mom doesn't see it. The word drippy
comes from the idea of designer stuff, expensive stuff. It looks like you're dripping with money kind of vibe.
Whether it's jewelry, clothes, or bougie holidays and fast cars,
this generation is a lot more into drip and luxury than any other generation.
I'm on a mission to find out what happens when drip gets extreme.
He's about like 1.9. Glasses were about 400.
What are the consequences when you don't have the cash to keep up the lifestyle? And how much debt are we prepared to get into to stay drippy? My moral is, if I see something that I like, I'm just going to buy it.
Credit card is actually very dangerous. Don't get one. Debt is so much more accessible. And sometimes the financial products people are using to buy these things, they don't even realize that they're debt.
Are we doing it for the clout, the status, or the culture?
Buying luxury items and you don't have a pot to piss in is stupid. 100%. I agree with that.
I've got exclusive figures that reveal almost half of 16 to 34-year-olds are in debt due to purchasing luxury items. And I'll ask if our love of drip has become an addiction. I'm David Whiteley, also known as Sideman. I'm a presenter, broadcaster, and entertainer. But when it comes to drip, I get caught slipping.
Look at what you are wearing. Look at what you wear on a day-to-day basis.
You know, it's just the socks, you know.
You could have at least worn an iron on that. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
How are you, Dave? You being a good boy? So,
yes,
Channel 4 want me to do a documentary on drip.
You don't get it.
I care about drip.
Evidently not. Look what you're wearing. What's the most you ever spent on clothes?
I don't think I've ever spent more than £200.
That is what I'm saying. Absolutely.
You don't think £200 is a lot to spend on clothes?
No, not to be classed as drippy. I'm seeing like 17-year-olds, 18-years with Canada Goose. Do you know how much Canada Goose is? That's an £800 jacket.
Tell the truth, Zizi. Have you ever used a credit card, gone out of your way, gone past the budget to buy something?
When I was younger and like when I didn't have loads of money coming in, yeah, I would maybe put myself in it. But that was genuinely just to like, but so that was poor money management as well.
What is the most you've ever spent on an item of clothing?
I've got like a bag that is probably my most expensive item.
You didn't answer the question. How much is the bag? How much is the bag?
It was like 4.
4?
Yeah.
Why? My voice echo saying 4. Why?
Yeah.
I wouldn't pay 4,000 for that, right? Like
I wish you did.
I would have to tell people.
But also, you didn't need to say the 4,000 because
You
my
just
mum
said-
might watch this. She might think 400.
Our figures show that 69% of 16 to 34-year-olds would get into debt to buy a luxury item. I've come shopping with Samantha, a self-confessed dripaholic.
What's the most expensive thing you've ever bought?
Probably my Chanel bag.
How much was it?
5.5 grand.
No.
I know, I feel really sick saying that.
5.5.
Yeah. My mom was a shopaholic.
Really?
And obviously the gene passed down.
Oh my God. Can we go have a look at some jewelry?
My mother got ill, so she started to spoil my sibling and I. So that's when it was like, we're going to fly to the Maldives business class and we're going to stay there for 3 weeks. And I'm going to be taken out of school for a week so we can sit on the beach.
In a few short years, Samantha lost her mom, grandma, and great aunt. She received a large amount of inheritance, but not long later, it was all gone.
I was close with them and they were all I had left on that side of the family. And they passed away and I got a little bit of inheritance.
And what do you call a little bit of inheritance?
Do I have to say the figure? Can I say like
You don't have to.
more than 50 grand and less than 100 grand?
Oh, wow.
I definitely bought some shoes, bought some bags, like Gucci belts, some random bits. A couple £100 at a time when you have such an obscene amount in the bag, like you don't really notice it.
You spent all of it.
Yeah.
What's the time frame in which you spent all of the money?
A year and a half.
A year and a half.
I can't pay for a train ticket. I was like, I have like 15, 20 grand worth of stuff in my flat, like bags and shoes, and I can't get the train. Like, come on, like, get yourself together.
Do you feel like at that time you kind of lost control?
Yeah. I think I was also just so mentally distraught and depressed and anxious that like I just didn't care. So I was like, whatever. Like future me will figure it out. But like right now, like if buying this one thing is gonna like give me some kind of joy in a really sad time, like just gonna do it.
Describe to me how it felt when you had spent it all.
I was so disappointed because I knew that my grandmother and my great aunt would be so disappointed in me. So I was really upset with myself. I was very close with my mother's side of the family. And then literally, like, it's like a domino effect, like, gone. I think I was probably trying to fill some kind of void.
Did you feel like spending that money and filling that void?
Maybe for a short period of time. But, like, no. It was when I kind of realized the money was running out. It's like, I'm wasting my life, wasting my money, but I'm wasting, like, my life away.
I think it's easier to spend money that you haven't earned. If someone gives me £20,000, I don't think I'm going to treat it the same as if I have earned that money. First thing you should do is seek out a financial advisor about what you want to do with the money, because the key, in my opinion, is to invest some of that money. I would put a little bit of money aside to spend on drip myself. I am not going to lie. I would maybe have like maybe 10 to 15% that I'm just like, do you know what? Que sera, sera. I'm going to Selfridges.
This is my version of a walk-in wardrobe. The majority of the clothes in here is black. I actually wore this to an award show once. People were wearing their fancy, dress, fancy suit and everything like that. I got this from like a costume store. I was literally the star of the show. Almost everything you've seen in here is stuff I've been gifted. I'd say 98% of it is not clothes that I bought myself. Fashion is a big flex in the drip world. 62% of 16 to 34-year-olds told us they've spent money on designer clothes in the last 6 months, and 58% said they've bought expensive trainers. I don't engage because I don't have any point of reference for it. I don't have a point of reference with a Gucci. I don't have a point of reference with a Versace. I grew up in Jamaica, and even when we moved here, I was very conscious as a child of the toughness of bills. When you're being sent all the time to the shop to get electric for the meter and stuff like that, and it runs out again and you have to go. I think that entire process just made me think, oh, I'd like to live comfortably where I don't have to worry about that. Because when I was in school, because I didn't have clothing, I wore my personality. That's how I couldn't get the clothes, so I had to find a way to fit in or even to stand out. And I used gift of the gab for that. I used entertaining my friends for that. I put more value on that than I do clothing, and so I'm just not used to spending that kind of money on clothing. It's unfathomable to me. Am I the only one who thinks all this debt ain't worth it? Especially when we're spending money we don't have. We found that more than 1 in 5 16 to 34-year-olds are taking out credit monthly to buy drip. 1 in 10 use it weekly or more often. We commissioned some exclusive research from financial coaching experts, Claro.
We surveyed 2,016 to 34-year-olds across the UK. We found a big appetite for spending on drip and luxury items. One of the most shocking ones is that 30% of people surveyed have missed a credit card repayment or a buy now, pay later payment. We also found that despite the context of the cost of living crisis, almost half of young people are in debt.
And it's luxury items, it's stuff they don't have to buy.
And alongside that, almost a third have less than £100 in savings, and 1 in 7 have no savings at all. No savings at all.
What makes us feel comfortable in that kind of economic environment?
Well, I don't think we do feel comfortable, because we also found that 58% of people feel stressed or anxious about their financial situation. So there's some sort of awareness there that it isn't right, but it's almost too easy to continue to do. What we're facing now is this perfect storm of social media, really clever advertising tech, financial innovations, particularly around borrowing money, that just makes it so easy, like a 2-click frictionless process for us to overindulge, overconsume, and adopt poor financial behaviours without us really even noticing.
I've always found it so confusing why schools don't teach more financial literacy. I'm telling you, when I was in school, I never heard the word pension once. I never heard the word tax once. I never heard the word council tax once. Never heard the word mortgage one time.
Being in debt feels like a norm for many. And of those surveyed who are in debt, almost a quarter said that they don't seek help with repayments or a plan to get out of debt.
Over half of 19 to 23-year-olds still live at home.
One of them is TikTok content creator Drew. Drew was studying medicine at Newcastle University.
Yo guys, it's your boy Dre. I'm at you with.
But he then made the dramatic decision to quit uni to become an influencer and launch his own clothing brand. I caught up with him filming content outside the concert.
Oh, you got something today? It's about like 1.5. Jacket was about 200. 2 bills, yeah. Now I hear you guys. I have a question. So you don't think 3 bills on one outfit is mad? On a fit, it's not too bad. So the trousers, 600, but it's just black.
You waste so much money on clothes. It's just like, this is not a waste, in my opinion.
How much would you say the entire outfit costs?
Like 3.5k.
How much do you think that is like in comparison to rent?
I dropped out of uni, so I don't pay rent no more.
How much of rent do you think 3 bills is?
I don't go think about that.
Back in the day, the standard thing was you move out at 18. You don't know that? I can't lie, it's a cost of living crisis. Obviously, we're at artist event tonight. How important do you think it is for people to be seen? So I feel like it's quite important for me to be seen. Just wearing my own brand right now, you get? I'm wearing main character head to toe. Like, every time I go somewhere, that's all you're really ever going to see me wearing. What's the social media aspect that comes into play? Like, is there like I've got to post what's going on, I've got to post my fit from tonight, not just for you, but for others as well? Like, I can't lie, I mean, personally, I'm probably not going to take any pictures today. I know it's going to sound crazy, but I don't like posting on social media that much. Like, I know a lot of people... Because it's become work for you? Yeah, because I get paid from it. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I was able to monetize it, I would not be posting my face. I would go to this concert and nobody would know that you went. Yeah.
Drew's managed to make bank working with brands and creating a profitable clothing label, but making it big on social media can mean big pressure too. 21-year-old Michelle is an aspiring fashion influencer. She has built a 20k following on socials, posting photos dripping in luxury, but to fund her drippy image, she had to work 2 jobs whilst doing her A-levels and supporting her single mom and little sister.
Michelle, we are outside your college. Where did that first interest in fashion and in clothing begin for you?
A lot of my life, I felt very unseen.
Okay.
And especially because, shockingly, I'm very much an introvert. I'm very quiet.
Yeah.
And so I felt like that was my way of being loud. It started to get a bit toxic for me because I started to realize I was overworking myself. I was working so much whilst I was in college. My Instagram picked up a lot. I reached 20k. Management reached out to me saying, oh, we want to add you to our client list and get you brand deals or whatever. This brand wants to work with you. Deadline's next week. Can you post in 10 days? Can you post in 5 days? You need to keep going. You need to keep going. And it was a lot of pressure to upkeep the lifestyle. There's people are looking at you online, people are looking at you in school, and then they don't understand there's so much going on behind closed doors. They don't know that my mom's struggling with raw battles.
The pressure of being an influencer and coping with the chaos in her real life contributed to a mental health breakdown. Michelle ended up in hospital for 3 months.
When people were visiting me, they weren't even allowed to hug me because obviously it was COVID. So I'm just seeing my mom once a week over a table. And I know I could see in my mom's face, this is so hard for her. And it did hurt me a lot. It really hurt me a lot. Especially because my mom's my only parent and I love her so much. But it was so hard on her. Really hard.
But even while in hospital, Michelle couldn't stop buying drip.
When I came out of hospital, my mom was like, Michelle, you have so many packages at home. I went out. I went all out. One of the purchases was 2K.
Wow.
2K. From that moment, when that happened, that was the day I was like, I am never, ever going to pressure myself to buy things that I do not need.
I think people need to get rid of the shame factor when it comes to talking about money. Forget what it looks like and do things for what it is. If you need to maybe move home to save money, or you need to cut back, or you need to get a second job, that is fine. But don't deny yourself what you need to stop yourself from feeling the stress and anxiety that so many people are going through.
It feels like we're taking ever bigger financial risks in the name of drip, but I'm still not seeing the appeal. To help me understand, I'm going to meet the godfather of drip.
What's up, big bro? My guy?
Get the KFC double dinner deal for just $6.99. Do the deal until the 23rd of July. Only at KFC.
Even when life changes, Emma makes sure your sleep stays the same kind of wonderful. Try Emma for 200 nights and awaken your best at emma-sleep.co.uk.
Welcome to Play to Red! Incredible! Play top jackpot slot by Mega Moolah! And inside a wild pot Mega Wiz, where you can win £2 million in just one spin. You're gonna get a welcome bonus up to £150! Only at 32red.com.
You don't always realise that you're running out of time.
What am I going to do without you?
I can't believe she's gone.
From the darkest moments come the biggest tests.
Not interrupting anything, am I?
Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream free now.
And those are your news headlines.
Is there someone in there? Hello?
There's more to Argos.
What's this? Oi! What are you digging up this bit of road for then?
We're upgrading the pipes with this high-tech lining. It'll protect the water supply for the next 100 years.
It's gonna be a game changer. Nice, because you humans, you do like your showers, don't you? Ooh, zesty lemon. Nice.
Thanks.
All right, get on with it. I'm off for a cup of tea.
When it comes to taste, we're raising the stakes. Asda have barbecue heroes that Good Housekeeping relish. You will too. Asda, that's more like it.
Sif presents Clean Boost, powerful cleaning formulations that safely tackle the toughest dirt in every corner of your home. Sif's Clean Boost contains naturally derived cleaning ingredients, no dirt and no harsh smells throughout your home. Sif, more than just clean.
Ciao. It means hello and goodbye. Maybe this is because in Italy we live in the moment. I'm a hotel in Rome, and I'm looking for lovers of architecture, rich textiles, and decadent flavors. If you want, you could be sipping espresso by tomorrow morning and napping on luxurious sheets after lunch, filled with art and good company. This is a wonderful way, I think, to spend the weekend. Don't you? I'll be waiting at hotels.com.
I love that Just Wash Berry freshness. I just don't want it to fade. Now I've found Berry's In Wash Scent Boosters. Simply add directly into the drum before every wash for mild freshness that lasts and lasts, cuddle after cuddle. They're dermatologically tested and suitable even next to sensitive skin. New Berry Scent Boosters.
Biscuit anyone? Lovely.
Very British.
Which reminds me, smart meters could help Britain create a future where we're less reliant on imported gas.
All right.
They help us manage our energy use, which improves the balance of supply and demand so we could use more wind and solar energy from Britain.
Help Britain create a future that's less reliant on imported gas. Search Get a Smart Meter today.
I spent most of my life putting other people's needs before my own. I'm not going to do that for a bit, and it feels so great.
We're women, Linda. This is what we do. Stop smacking me!
Time's up, Linda.
Bye, Linda.
The Change on Channel 4. Stream all episodes from Wednesday. Watch live at 10.
To learn more about the real appeal of drip, I'm hopping in the G-Wagon with Chifa the Cypher, a bespoke London jeweler and the king of drip. Chifa is the South Crown bust-down king, selling custom jewelry to an impressive client list including sports stars and rappers.
You deliver pieces to a lot of people in the sphere of social influence.
I've done Fabulous, Jada Kiss, Georgia Smith, Eddie Hearn, Anthony Joshua.
Do you think that music plays a big part in terms of fashion and luxury items?
100%. The music is the #1 influence.
Why do you think that is?
yeah, we do know that doctors are successful.
Yeah.
We also know that
But
lawyers
we
are
don't see it.
but we don't see it.
It's success that you can see, and what you can see, you can almost visualize yourself
Exactly.
in.
And you, as a kid, you look at these images and you're like, one day when wait till I get my money right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You wait and say, look, if I had money, when I get money, I know exactly. And you pick the guys that you like. And you say, you know what, I like him. I like him because I like the way he puts his things together. It's like my dad used to say, first impressions count because you don't always get to speak. That's why a lawyer would wear suit from Tom Sweeney or get a custom from Oswald Boateng. You can tell by the fabrics of his back that, listen, this guy is serious. It helps in the boardroom to the hood. It does open doors. Let's not act like we don't know. It does.
Do you feel like there's a cultural aspect to it?
Majority of us are not from affluent homes. We grow up having the bare minimum. I grew up in Tottenham, in an estate. We've grown up seeing our parents, our brothers, our mums, our aunties suffer, like work so hard, and still the situation ain't changing. That's how we grew up, so we want to change it. I don't want to wear high tech or whatnot. No, I want to wear designer clothes because that's what I've never had. And that's just natural, ain't it? Progression to want to grow.
Chifa's jewelry business has been so successful that he is about to open his first store in Mayfair.
I just used to design pieces for myself. And obviously I didn't have enough money. So I would literally be going to jewelry shop after jewelry shop just to try and get a bargain. So in doing so, I ended up befriending a lot of the jewelers. Word got around like, cheap is the guy for jewelry.
Or what would you say to somebody that says that like they're wasting their money on jewelry?
They're not. It depends what type of jewelry you're buying, because if we go into the conversation of watches, there's watches that you buy that appreciate 100% more than a house would. It is about buying the right item. And obviously, yes, buying jewelry when you haven't got a house is stupid. Buying luxury items and you don't have a pot to piss in is stupid, 100%. I agree with that. If you're spending money that you don't have, you're most likely going to end up in debt. That's a fact. So they might do that and they might learn a lesson from it. So if that's what they want to do and they've got the heart and the balls to do that, then go ahead. We're trying to find ourselves. You have to live.
Chifa has created a business and a life from selling drip, but how easy is it to say? I've come back to see Drew. He dropped to start his own streetwear label, currently based out of his parents' living room. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So this is like your stock?
Yeah, it's all of my stock.
So how's it been going?
Yeah, so the first drop sold out after maybe like 2 days. And then the hoodies went so quickly. These are the cargos that I dropped. Retail for like around £84.99. I opened the website for like a couple of days. Then the stock is, and then usually after like a week, I'll close the website. I don't really like to do pre-order because I don't like to keep people waiting. I don't make a crazy return on this because, like I said, clothing, it's just my creative outlet. Like, I'm passionate about it, but I'm more so focused on trying to be a personality, be a personal brand. Like, I feel in this day and age, most money to be made is online. Like, I've met so many guys that have brands that are like my age and they're making ridiculous amounts of money. After a couple of drops, or after maybe, a drop, I could be making more than that. So it's kind of like, why am I going to study 5 years to kind of do that?
What is it that your parents do?
So my dad is like a pharmacist. He's got his own pharmacy, actually.
So that's where the interest in medicine came from?
Yeah. Both of my parents are in healthcare. My mom's like a nurse, like a occupational health therapist or something like that. Some people, their passion is to save people. And I respect that so much because medicine is a vocational thing. And I thought that's what I wanted to do until I started doing things that I actually
said, I want to save myself.
Yeah, literally. So
how did your parents react when they found out you was quitting uni?
My parents still want me to get a degree. I'm not sure if I want to go back. I just have to kind of see how this year goes. They did not grow up with social media, so they don't understand that you go viral overnight. You could get a video a 10-second video that gets 10 million views. And that's 10 million views on your site, on your product, and it's really good exposure.
Were you ever worried about quitting uni in order to do this?
If you told me, like, at the start of uni that I was going to drop out, I wouldn't have believed you. If you told me in summer I was going to drop out, I wouldn't have believed you. But it did eventually come to the point I was like, yeah, like, this is not for me, sort of thing. I'm going on TikTok every day. I'm seeing the junior doctors saying, yeah, we're only getting 28K a year. And I'm thinking, what? That's crazy. Like, I know people that are content creators that are making that same amount from just doing a couple of jobs.
Drew dropped out of uni in his second year and his gamble seems to be paying off. He's now working with high-profile brands and his first clothing drop sold out in just 2 days.
Do you think, bearing the social media in mind, the brand deals in mind, being paid to go to events, to wear certain clothes, your own brand, do you think you make more money than your parents? Per year.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I don't want to say that quite yet. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
It's arguable though. It's debatable. If you accepted every brand deal that came your way, do you think you'd be making more than them?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially.
So do you think that traditional role of, go to school, go to college, go to uni, buy a house, do you feel like that's over?
No, I wouldn't. Like, that's still what most people do. But obviously, I just don't want to be like most people. So I just want to take risks. I might fail. I might even end up in a worse situation. Like, obviously, there's a lot less stability. But if you don't take risks, then you're not going to get as much reward. I want to make people dress better and I want to make people smile. I want to make people laugh. You feel me? One thing that a doctor told me on my placement that really hit me is that nobody comes to see a doctor for a good reason.
It's possible to be into drip and be good with money, because I know people who are good at both. People have to be honest. What are you truly earning? And can you really afford the lifestyle that you want? And if you can't afford it today, that's fine. But just cut according to your cloth, and maybe another day, another month or a couple of months, if you work hard and you make certain plans, you can afford it.
There are levels to what any of us can afford. Samantha spent tens of thousands of pounds on drip, her entire inheritance.
How often, if ever, do you think back to the money and think, I wish I had it, I wish I had it right
Every
now?
single day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it that's like torture? I think, oh man, if I just never. Do you think if you had it now, you would behave much differently?
Honestly, no, and I'm glad I did what I did, even though that sounds obscene and ridiculous, because I feel like I'm one of those people that I have to make the mistake myself, even though everyone around me can be like, no, like you should, I'll be like, oh, whatever, I'm gonna do it my own way, and I have to mess up to realize.
So what would be your words of advice if you were to speak to the Sam of back in the day?
Have your fun, but like this is your cap. Like you can spend a third, go wild, like buy whatever you want, do whatever you want, but get a job, be in employment. Don't be sitting on your butt on the sofa all day, just blowing through cash. And that 2/3 or 3/4 or however much is left, put that with a financial professional person to like look after it and like don't touch it.
There you go. And I think that would be great advice.
Yeah.
I love how the current you though is still giving her a third to go crazy with, like.
Yeah, like I feel like I'd have to, because then I wouldn't be satisfied. So like like a little bit.
You're still looking after her. I love that.
Yeah. I'll have this one, please.
It's hard to say whether I feel like drip is worth getting into debt for. I think the clear answer for me is no. But I've learned a lot about how important first impressions have been to people in their careers. Getting through the doors that they couldn't get through before when they weren't that drippy. And it even made me think, well, have I been missing a step? I feel like drip can be a flex. I'm not trying to say it should start, but I think we've got to start letting the houses that we buy be a flex. Buying your mama house, gotta be a flex before you buy a Rolex, before you buy that jacket. And supporting your family's gotta be a flex. Things should be a flex that don't infringe upon your financial well-being, but things that actually help you to move forward in life.
Well, you'll find support for any of the issues that featured in the programme tonight at channel4.com/support. And for more untold stories like just how possible is it to make a living as a YouTuber, or what goes on inside Shein, all episodes are streaming right now.
It's all about guessing the year.
1986.
1 year out again.
Popmaster TV on More 4. Coming soon.
Listen up, Goggle Eggs. Celebrity Gogglebox is back.
Hello.
What's happening here?
That's not normal, right?
Is it a good song, though?
Oh my god, it's like an 80s top of the pop.
Brand new Celebrity Gogglebox on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from Friday at 10.
I just want Christian back.
You have to get out now. What? They found us.
Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
You've heard of an eye for an eye. Christian! This breaks my heart, Islam. You don't have a heart to break. There'll be no regrets. Before We Die on Channel 4. Brand new series coming soon. Stream Series 1 now.
A chance meeting led to a comfortable friendship, which resulted in a kidnapping. But there's more. With strong language and content the viewers may find upsetting, it's shocking emergency calls here on Channel 4, which is a different episode from some listings.
Explore a world of documentaries on Ford. Sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Every day, emergency services call handlers expertly deal with those in desperate situations.
Trying contact might breathe. You're doing really, really well.
Taking calls from terrified victims
I need help in my house. A bear attack.
to listening to cold-blooded killers.
My friend and I got into an altercation. I'm the only one who came out alive.
Are you telling me you killed somebody?
These are the stories behind the emergency calls.
Who abducted you? Sean, great. Where's now? Asleep. Is he sleeping yet? In the bedroom. I'm in the bedroom with them.
At 6 a.m. on the 13th of September, a woman called 911. She's called Jane Doe to protect her identity.
Name is Sean Great. What's he look like? Is he a white male or black male? Is he like 6'4" or is he shorter than that? 6'1", 6'2". Do you know how much he weighs? Probably 75. How's his hair?
Great. Grew up in Ashland County. He was a bit of a drifter. Didn't stay in one place very long.
No, it's out. Is he on the house? No, he's broken.
Jane Doe knew Sean Great. He had befriended her 2 months earlier.
Great was living out of the house that he had broken into, and he was headed over to the Salvation Army for a free lunch. She happened through the door at the same time he did, and while they were both signing in, he struck up a conversation. They were friends. They would meet a couple times a week, go for long walks and talk. She was interested in the Bible and would have discussions with him about Bible study. He also played tennis, and she didn't have anyone to play tennis with, so they would walk to the park and play tennis on occasion.
I would be okay. Is he still sleeping? Where did he take you from? My apartment. I was walking with him. You were walking with him? Where were you walking to?
On September 11th, Jane Doe and Great went for a walk and had been discussing a particular Bible passage that she wanted to draw to his attention. They came back to her apartment where she made peanut butter sandwiches. Then he had indicated that his mother had dropped off a bag of clothing for Jane Doe, and it was at his house. She brought her Bible along with her so that she could read the Bible passage to him. As she sat down, he became agitated. He reached over, ripped the book out of her hand, and began an assault that lasted 2.5, 3 days.
Is there any way you can get out of the building? No, it's not like you can. I'm scared. Because he told me that he would do something to you? Yeah. Because he had me tied up.
He would repeatedly sexually assault her. He was especially fond of forced fellatio, and he would also engage her in forced vaginal and anal intercourse. He would tie her up in ways that would contort her body and would allow him access to sexually assault her, and telling her that he would kill her.
Are you injured? Little. Do you need an ambulance? Are you bleeding from anywhere?
Anytime she suggested that maybe she was done with either being sexually assaulted or wanting to leave, was met with escalating physical force. She was, in his opinion, prudish, and he was repeatedly assaulting her to introduce her to a sexual experience, and in his mind, she would like it. He had tied her to half of the bed and tied her legs and arms together, and then laid down next to her so that she was up against the wall. The restraints were now not as tight as they had been because Great was running out of material to tie her up with. He had been using old shirts and articles of clothing that he would cut, and he was now using things like towels and things that weren't as tight.
Yeah, but I kind of freed myself.
She was able to wiggle free and in the darkness find a cell phone.
Is he in the same room with you? Is it his phone you have? Already on the way. So we have officers returning. If you're worried you don't have to talk to me, just put the phone down, okay? I just need to hear if the officer's finding or not.
Several police cars have been dispatched and were making their way to the area.
You don't have to talk to you, don't need to, okay? Just put the phone down.
Frozen with fear, Jane Doe went silent for almost 4 minutes.
There is a painful period of silence. One listens to that and thinks, if he were to wake up while she's talking to a 911 dispatcher, the next thing you would hear on that call is her being killed. Thinks, get there, and it goes on for a significant period of time.
Are you still there? What? Do you hear any officers outside? Okay, they're in the area.
As the police raced to the area, they were faced with two identical houses side by side. They had to pick the right one to enter and do it quietly. Get it wrong, and they'd risk the life of Jane Doe.
Are you upstairs or are you downstairs? We're downstairs. There's a door. There's a side door on the right of the house. And that's when we enter. Immediately there's a kitchen right there. And the bedroom is right off from the kitchen. Is there a padlock on the bedroom door or is it just a regular lock? No, I don't even know if it's locked. It has a knob, so can you get up and see if you can get out? I'm waking up. Is there a window around there you can look out? Yeah, but the floor's open right by the head. I'm running without making noise. Can you see out any windows? They're all curtains shut.
The house had a very eerie quality to it. Great had covered the windows, had blocked off and partitioned a portion of the downstairs from the rest of the house. So he had really walled off the entire house with the exception of half a living room that he converted into a bedroom, the kitchen, a small entryway with a bathroom off of it.
You need to get out. You need to get out. Unless they were right here.
There are two houses at that location, and they are identical. She is attempting to explain which house she's in.
Are you the house closest to the laundromat or the other one? Are you the one closest to the laundromat or the other one? In the laundromat, looking at the two houses that we have a lot. Here, look at the laundromat. So look at the laundromat and the one on the right. At the laundromat, because we're looking at the laundromat and the one on the left. Side door. To the side door. The side door to the right. Here. Did you see them? He said push the door.
There was a chair propped up against the door to the bedroom, and she was able to exit through that door and come to the window.
Out. Can you get to the door where you can see out? Can you get out of the house? It's locked. Are you at the door? Yeah.
They were trying to be covert in their movements for fear that they would wake the suspect and lose the victim as they can see her.
Is there a window there? Yeah, I'm looking out and they come back. Hurry. She said to hurry up and come back.
The officer that had just been at the right door turned,
Yeah, they can see me. Come on.
and when he turned, he could see a hand in the window.
Please don't let me get out. Okay, they have one. Where is he? You need to go. Good point. You can't be in there. Yeah, every step up.
That officer described her as being completely devoid of color, as though she had seen a ghost, and she was unable to speak at that point.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
There's no such thing as an easy game in international football.
Tipped away, Saka having a go. Oh, what a goal!
The journey to UEFA Euro 2024 continues with Malta versus England on Channel 4. Watch live and free Friday at 7.
I am very much looking forward to having a wander around this.
The agents from Sotheby's Realty are back.
My word.
This is an amazing intro.
To unlock the doors to Britain's most jaw-dropping houses.
Now we need to sell it.
Imagine waking up to this every morning.
Britain's most expensive houses on Channel 4. Stream now or watch live Thursday at 9.
I want to build a machine that history would remember. I can't do this without you.
What are you doing?
You both need this just as much as I do.
Halt and Catch Fire on Channel 4. Stream all episodes free now.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Jane Doe was successfully rescued by Ashland police and taken to a nearby hospital to be assessed. With Sean Great in custody, police entered the building to begin their forensic searches. They were not prepared for what they were about to discover.
The crime scene technicians were on scene and began to excavate a pile of clothing in the corner of the bedroom. When they were able to uncover the clothing from the corner, they found a closet door that previously wasn't discernible. And that door had black tape around all of the edges. Within the clothing, they were finding fly larvae. And when they had opened the door, there was in fact more clothing, but a heavy fly infestation. And they began to excavate, which revealed the body of Elizabeth Griffin. On the evening she was killed, she went over to the house that Sean Great was at on Covert Court. So she was comfortable enough with him to come to the house. She went upstairs alive and was killed in the bedroom that had the attached closet where she was ultimately found. She was in an advanced state of decomposition. She was bound, naked, face first into the closet on her stomach, with her legs bound in a way that it exposed her genitals. The bindings appeared to be clothing, similar to what was described by Jane Doe.
As the forensic teams were searching the house, Sean Great was being interviewed by detectives.
Elizabeth, right? It's kind of shocking, right? I was just joking. We were just joking, like how she wished she kind of would die. You know what I mean? It was like so I'll help you out. Just go like this, you know what I mean? Like
pushing forward and up at the same time.
Right, and she kind of just like whacked my hands and like started flipping out and stuff like that to the point where I had to just like grab her and just lean forward and just press. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right, that explains that one for Elizabeth.
She fall down. You know.
You just gotta go down with her.
Yeah, I'll take her down and just. even after she stopped breathing, I held on.
The investigators entered the basement and noted the large pile of trash, and they began to excavate, and within that pile they were able to locate the body of Stacy Stanley.
I'm still thinking about this. What went wrong exactly with Stacy and I? Because I didn't have no thoughts.
Stacy had been out shopping and stopped by a gas station on her way home.
When she arrived at the gas station, she realized she had a flat tire. Great had been walking to another convenience store past there and noticed her. So he went up to her and began striking up a conversation. She had a flat tire and needed help. Family friend came along with some tools. Together, the friend and Great changed the tire. And when they had completed that task, the family friend left. And Great and Stacy then proceeded into the convenience store where she purchased a cup of coffee for him. When they left the convenience store, that was the last anyone had ever seen of Stacy Stanley.
But I do remember when she grabbed her mace and she missed me the first time. And then I turned her around, put her on the bed. And she did do this backhand and kind of got me.
Spray again?
Yeah, she sprayed me again. Man, I just lost it. And then I just turned her around, right? Did pretty much the same thing. I just clenched on, did not let go. Just clenched, I just clenched, leaned back.
How did you know to stop?
Jane Doe was lucky to be alive.
I don't think she could possibly have known that there was two bodies in that house. Maybe if she had known, she wouldn't have taken the opportunity when she did. I think he kept Jane Doe more than the rest because he had so much more invested in that abduction. He had planned it, he had fantasized about it, and he really wanted to get the most out of it. He wanted to live that.
Sean Great videotaped the abuse he inflicted on his victims.
For many, many serial killers, and he certainly has the profile of a serial killer. And their motive is very often sexual. So he would have been a sexual predator, and he would have spotted Jane Doe and thought, that is somebody who I am going to abduct, I am going to victimize.
I think Sean Great really embodies what we mean when we call a human being an animal. Everything he does is designed to gratify his own urges. He's a predator. He is probably 10 times worse than what we know of him now.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Hello everyone, the familiar tones of Ken Bruce here. After 25 years of radio quizzing, we're finally on the telly as our music buffs face off to become Popmaster TV champion. So join in and find out if this face is meant for TV.
A brand new series, Popmaster TV on More 4, coming soon.
Who are the refugees?
What's your name, pal? Omar. واحد من جزر في اسكتلندا.
Did you used to be a musician, Omar?
Omar is famous.
We should organize a concert.
I want to be a footballer.
You ever think about who you were? You walk around like that case in a coffin for your soul. We have to get the chicken back. This is Funky Junior. You know they put us out here in the middle of nowhere to try and break us.
I used to be happy before I came here.
Brilliant! The network premiere of a Film 4 production, Limbo. Stream or watch live from Tuesday at 9 on Film 4. Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Cincinnati 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at the Cincinnati Zoo and Aquarium.
Cincinnati Zoo?
Yes, the Cincinnati Zoo.
We're at Cincinnati Zoo. A baby fell in the.
Be calm! Be calm! Be calm! My son's not in the zoo exhibit as a gorilla. My son fell in with a gorilla. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact him, please. He's carrying my son. I can't watch it.
My family decided to go to the zoo, spend the day. We arrived about 11 o'clock. It was just a beautiful day. It was sunny and warm.
I'd only been to the Cincinnati Zoo one time. I was with my husband and my 2 older boys, and I was 6 months pregnant with my daughter, Rowan. We weren't at the zoo very long before we decided to just walk through the gorilla exhibit.
So really, it's a big exhibit. We started at one end, and just as we were getting ready to exit, I saw Harambe. I saw his hand just barely peek out of the cave, and I'm like, oh, I got to get a picture of this. I got to wait till he comes out.
Harambe is a 17-year-old, 450-pound silverback gorilla who was born in captivity. He is one of the zoo's star attractions, affectionately known as King Kong. It's hoped Harambe could be part of the zoo's breeding plan. Kim wasn't the only one interested in the gorilla. A 3-year-old boy was also keen to get even closer to Harambe.
At the time I was taking the picture, 5-6 feet away from me was the mother. The little boy, he was bantering back and forth. You know, I want to go in there. I want to go in there. No, you don't. No, you don't. She's trying to put another child in a stroller. No, you don't. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. He says, no, you don't. Gets quiet. Again, I'm turned my focus towards the camera. I want to get Harambe coming out.
I was standing by another woman at not really a railing, more like a cable. And he went through, I think there were 4 strips of cable. And he had gone over, and so he didn't go through the bottom one. He literally like flopped over the second, maybe the 3rd cable. I assumed that the woman beside me was the mother, but then she stated, whose baby is this? And so once she stated, whose baby is this, and I knew it wasn't hers, he was gone. He was on all fours and crawled straight over into the moat.
The 3-year-old boy had crawled through the bushes and fell 15 feet into the moat of the gorilla enclosure, where Harambe came over and was sheltering him.
The mom is still busy. I can hear her. When I close my eyes, I can see her in my mind's eye, hassling with the stroller, talking with her friend.
Cincinnati 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at the Cincinnati Zoo and Aquarium. There's a little boy that fell into the gorilla exhibit.
Cincinnati 911. Hi, we're at Cincinnati Zoo. A baby fell in the gorilla cage. And everybody's screaming. Cincinnati Zoo.
It's a gorilla cage?
It's a 3-year-old. He fell in it. He's in the water right now.
I hear the mom ask him, what does he have on? What does he have on?
She looked at my husband and said, is he wearing green shorts? And my husband had to tell her yes. And in that moment, I saw that mother just lose every ounce of control that she had. I mean, she turned white and was instantaneously ill.
Cincinnati 911. Hi, my son's not in the zoo exhibit as a gorilla. Cincinnati Zoo, my son fell in with a gorilla. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact him, please.
We do already have started. We already have started there, okay? Okay. Isaiah, be calm. Be calm. Be calm. Be calm. He's driving myself. I can't watch it. I cannot. I can't watch it. I clearly don't feel it. Can you get my eyes? Yeah. I need to call my dad.
My niece starts yelling, he's in the moat, he's in the moat. And I literally turn around and Harambe was gone. He wasn't on. He wasn't on that edge. So I jumped up on the edge to look down, and at that moment he had the little boy.
Oh my God!
Everybody start calm down and quiet. Be quiet. Quiet. It's gonna make them riled up. Okay, ma'am. Okay, I need to know if this child is breathing. I need to know if they're face down in the water. What's going on? Okay, there's security here and zookeepers right here. But the baby is still in the water and the gorilla had it. But it slammed it against the wall earlier.
The boy was sitting up, he was crying. We thought he was hurt. We couldn't tell how bad. And he went 15 feet down. But he's sitting up, and at one point it looked like he was going to scoot away. Harambe pulls him back, stands him up. He was just looking for a different way to grab the boy.
Just to look in her eyes and know that once she realized that that was her son, she was scared and I was scared for her.
Okay, he's got the baby and it's still alive. And he's dragging him from one end to the other. Oh my God.
He starts reclimbing the wall 15 feet up. And as he's climbing, the boy is his back, his head, hitting the wall, as he's dragging him up. He gets to the top. At that point, I was sure that little boy was dead. But then, once again, he sits up. He sits up. You can tell he's weary. He's not really crying. He's whimpering.
Okay, can you, is any of the zookeepers next to you right now? Oh God, he's got his pants. He's taking the baby. Okay, ma'am, listen to me. Listen to the baby. He's taking the baby into the cave. Oh my God.
At that moment, he takes the boy one more time and he starts to drag him over to a cave opening. But he stops, buries the boy between his legs, up against his chest. And it was at that time I heard someone, let's go everybody, let's go everybody, let's go, let's get out.
I got police and fire coming. You said so the security and the zookeepers are there. And Cincinnati Fire Department just arrived. All right. No, you can't be here. I was on the phone with 911 and they told me this case. It's fine. Go ahead. They're there now. So what's your name? Yeah. What's your name? Right. Ma'am? This is 911.
When we heard the gunshot, you know, my kids were like, Mommy, is the gorilla okay? And I'm like, baby, I hope so. I hope so. Hopefully, you know, we hoped in that moment that they could have used a tranquilizer.
My brother said, no, that was a rifle. That was a rifle. Surely it was a rifle.
The child was rescued unharmed after zoo officials made the decision to shoot the gorilla, a controversial call still being debated nationwide.
Today, the boy's family released a new statement saying the child had a checkup with his doctor and is still doing well.
It was a miracle. He had concussion. He had bruises and scrapes.
Incredibly, Isaiah suffered only minor injuries. But the death of the rare western lowland gorilla ignited a massive outcry, with many accusing the boys' parents of negligence. However, when police interviewed the parents, they found no wrongdoing and chose not to press any charges.
It was a terrible, terrible, terrible tragedy for everyone.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
I've spent most of my life putting other people's needs before my own. I'm not going to do that for a bit, and it feels so great.
We're women, Linda. This is what we do. Stop smacking me!
Time's up, Linda.
Bye, Linda.
The Change on Channel 4. Stream all episodes from Wednesday. Watch live at 10.
You have to get out now. They found us.
Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
You've heard of an eye for an eye. There'll be no regrets. Before We Die on Channel 4. Brand new series coming soon. Stream Series 1 now.
I want to build a machine that history would remember. I can't do this without you.
What are you doing?
You both need this just as much as I do.
Halt and Catch Fire on Channel 4. Stream all episodes free now.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
911, emergency, emergency.
Help me.
What's the address?
4205 North Creole. Please.
Okay, what's going on there?
Please get on in, please. Please, help me. Please.
Who is?
My husband.
I was at a local gas station having a drink with another officer. Call came over the radio that 911 had received a domestic complaint. 2 units were dispatched. A few minutes later, another call came in.
4205 North Creole.
Okay, 4205. Hello? Hello?
And they said that they had heard shots fired on the phone. That's when the other officer and I decided it would be best if we start that way.
I met Kelly when we worked together. We were both fairly new nurses, but she had a little bit more experience than me, and she just kind of took me under her wing and looked out for me. We've always had a lot of things in common, with both being single parents. Our boys were friends, and we became really, really, really close. Best friends. We were inseparable.
Hey, what's going on there?
My husband. He's got
From
cancer.
what? What's his name?
Got cancer.
They met in the ICU. He was an anesthesiologist who would bring patients up to the ICU after surgery. He asked another doctor to introduce him to Kelly. Kelly wasn't really interested in him, but for some reason, when he asked her out, she accepted.
After 18 months of dating, Kelly accepted Scott's marriage proposal, and the wedding was set for the 4th of October 2014.
She was looking forward to the wedding. She likes events. She likes dressing up. She likes glitz and glam. She had 2 wedding gowns. Who does that? Kelly did.
A few months before the wedding, Kelly and her son moved into Scott's house. It was the perfect location for their wedding, but just before the big day, torrential rain hit the area and flooded the garden. And at the last minute, the couple moved their wedding ceremony to the Ohio building in town. But as their friends waited for Scott and Kelly to say I do, only a few were aware of their toxic relationship.
Their relationship was chaotic from the start. He only seemed to care about her, but
she is a mom, and he had no interest in her son. If he came over and her son was not in bed, he would get angry. He wanted her son to be in bed so that that time was exclusively theirs. That really bothered her. He was very controlling and always there, very jealous. She would be very upset, like all the time, about the things that he was doing. She was always distraught, always upset. There were very few instances when she was happy in their relationship. Very few.
What is your address? I can't hear you. 4205 Brook Creel. 4205 Creel Street.
On most 911 calls that come in, the address would pop up on our computer screens in dispatch. But this particular address was not populating on our dispatch computer.
What's the address? 4205 North Creel.
An address that we couldn't find on the maps, they couldn't find on their maps. Dispatch ended up pinging a cell phone through telephone towers and determining an approximate location of where she was.
Over their 18-month relationship, Scott's behavior became increasingly controlling and possessive of Kelly. The couple would routinely break up and then get back together.
One time, she was really excited about going to a party for the ICU. I was watching her son that night, and she came home. Couldn't have been 2 hours later, just brokenhearted because he got drunk and was talking to her in the most degrading manner, groping her on the dance floor like she was a piece of meat. And she was just sick. Just absolutely sick. She did sever ties with him after that. Scott reacted very badly. Very badly. That only intensified the jealousy and the control and barraging of the texts and all of those things. She gave in, I think, a lot to keep peace. Her life was a lot more peaceful if she was with him than when she was trying to separate from him.
Okay, 4205.
The very day of the wedding, she told me that she was not going to sign the marriage certificate. She did not want to marry him. I was like, well, then why are you going? And she said, I just need to get through the ceremony. Just let him have the ceremony, and then I can escape, basically. It didn't make sense to me. I didn't understand her logic. I don't think it was logical. But for some reason in her head, if she embarrassed him by calling off the wedding, that would have been worse. There would have been bigger consequences to her, which I don't know what that meant, but she felt like there would have been really drastic consequences had she not gone through with the ceremony. They got married in front of everyone, but then the marriage certificate was handed to me and she did not sign it. After the ceremony, there was a dinner. Then after that was the reception. I do not recall them being together at all.
Kelly and Renee were the first to leave the reception. Kelly needed to get her son to bed, and as Renee was staying the night, she also came with her. Shortly afterwards, Scott returned home with a few friends to carry on the party. His parents also came with him and went up to bed.
Scott, he was intoxicated. He drank a lot. He wasn't sloppy drunk. He could hold his liquor.
By midnight, Kelly and Renee went to bed. Renee slept in the basement, and Kelly went to check on her son and stayed with him for a while.
I was startled awake to him standing over me. screaming, "Get the F out of my house." I froze for a second. And he said, "Did you hear me? I said, get the F out of my house." And he went upstairs. So I texted Kelly, "Are you okay? What's going on?" Scott just came down here and told me to get out. And I didn't get any response. I went to the top of the stairs, and Scott was behind the bar. She was just white and looked more scared than I've ever seen anybody look in my whole life. I was like, "Come with me." And she just shook her head. And so I said it again, "So come with me." And she shook her head.
911, drive to emergency.
Help me. Please.
Okay, what's going on there?
Just beat the shit on him, please.
Who is?
My husband. He's not dead.
We pulled into the driveway. The house was lit up. There was a white tent in the backyard. Knocked on the front door, and an elderly gentleman answered the door. We saw and smelled gun smoke, so we immediately drew our weapons and began to clear what we could of the house. And then he led us toward a bedroom. There's this body laying in a bed. There were blood spatters all over this little boy's back. He turned his head and looked at us just as we saw the body of a woman laying off to the right of the bed. We grabbed the little boy and whisked him out of that room as fast as we could. The other officers checked on the female and determined that she had no pulse, she had no respirations. She was in fact deceased. We asked Scott's father who was responsible, who did it, and he said his son.
On my way out there, I realized that I knew Scott Sampson. We were associates through our children. I could not imagine what was going through his mind that he may have committed such a terrible act. At the time, we did not know if Scott was still in the home. One of our concerns is that he had fled into a wooded area that was nearby. The back door on the home was open, and that was my main concern, was he out in that wooded area watching us, looking at us with a loaded firearm. Immediately had them ping Scott's telephone to see where his cell phone might be located. It pinged inside the residence. And I made multiple calls to his cell phone. I thought perhaps that he and I could have discussion, and I could perhaps call him out of the residence calmly. And none of those calls were answered. Scott's father had told us that after the altercation, that he had passed Scott in the hallway and asked what was going on. And as Scott retreated down into the basement, Scott made a comment that it's all over. At that point, we made the decision to go ahead and send in the SWAT team. As the SWAT team proceeded down into the basement area, we did see a body lying on the floor. They did notice that he had an extensive amount of bleeding from his head. There was a firearm laying there beside the body. We believe that Scott had retreated down into that basement and taken a gun and shot himself.
Kelly Ecker had been shot 6 times in her son's room by her new husband. Scott Sampson had shot himself once in the head.
I got a phone call at 5 in the morning telling me that she was gone. And I didn't believe it. I did not believe it. I wish I could understand what kept her with him. I don't. But as someone who's been in an abusive relationship, I know that there are irrational things that keep you in those kind of relationships. She had everything in her life pretty well together. She's gorgeous. She's a beautiful person inside and out. Everybody loves her. She didn't love her. And it left her very vulnerable to a predator.
You'll find support for any of the issues that were raised in the program at channel4.com/support.
Explore a world of documentaries on Ford. Sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Listen up, goggleheads! Celebrity Gogglebox is back. Hello! What's happening here?
That's not normal, that. This is a good song, though.
Oh my god, it's like an 80s Top of the Pops. Brand new Celebrity Gogglebox on Channel 4, stream weekly or watch live from Friday at 10.
One of the world's most exclusive hotels is offering a truly extraordinary prize.
Head chef in the Palm Court at the Langham.
This is definitely the most expensive thing I will ever make.
This is below what I was expecting.
5-Star Kitchen, Britain's next great chef on Channel 4. Stream weekly, watch live Thursday at 8.
I am very much looking forward to having a wander around this.
The agents from Sotheby's Realty are back.
My word.
This is an amazing atrium.
To unlock the doors to Britain's most jaw-dropping houses.
Now we need to sell it.
Imagine waking up to this every morning.
Britain's most expensive houses on Channel 4. Stream now or watch live Thursday at 9.
At Channel 4, we want to know what you're thinking about our shows, talent, what you'll have for dinner, all of it. But we want you to be able to do this and get a response in the same way you reached out. So if you're a BSL user, you can contact us in real time through our website or the Sign Video app.
Now, strong language, descriptions of violence, drug use and pregnancy loss here on Channel 4 during 60 days on the estates.
Trail running sets me against myself. It's pure adventure. Nothing beats going further than you thought possible.
Explore a world of documentaries on Ford. Sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Here we go, sir. Coffee for Mr. Stafford in here.
Breakfast in bed this morning. Doesn't get any better than this.
A huge number of UK housing estates were built over 50 years ago, designed as a bold new vision of how we would live.
Do you like living around here?
Huh?
Yeah.
Around 1 in 6 households live in social homes today.
Whatever kind of architect designed this needs a new job.
But are these estates fit for life in the 21st century?
Oh, he's got asthma because of the mold and stuff.
What mold?
I'm Ed Stafford, to find out what life's really like on some of Britain's most troubled estates. For 60 days,
Thank you for this.
I'm moving in.
How are things back around there? I wouldn't want to be a team today. No way.
It's the kids I'm scared of, and we'll pull out a gun or a knife. Just like that.
I want you to grab that person's hand next to you. We just want to pray for healing right now.
Everyone's so poor, and prices are going up. I went through 2 weeks where I just didn't eat myself.
We're a first world country having third world country problems. I could kill you and you, that one you bought.
Buckle for us, please.
Mate, what's happened?
There was a shooting.
What do you think the biggest crime in this area is? Neglect.
So I'm getting quite close to Glasgow now. Estates or schemes up in Scotland have a certain stigma about them, and it's not the first time I've dug into a community that's portrayed negatively, and it's potentially, I suspect, undeserved.
I want to check out an estate called Easter House, around 8 miles east of the city centre. But But first I'm heading to Postle Park, a little closer to town, predominantly social housing. It became an epicenter for heroin addiction in the 80s.
I want to really wrap my head around why historically this has been such a focal point for drugs, but also why it's persisting, why it's still today got a significant amount of drug users.
Despite the fact that most of Postle Park's original tenements have been demolished, it's still ranked as one of the most deprived districts in the UK.
Do you live around here?
Yes, that's by the next example. It's just to be an industrial place. We're not attracted to be here. I first came here about 30 years ago, the drugs, and a lot of people died. Overdosing and stuff.
It's still really rough, do you know what I mean? But I think in the 90s it was a lot worse.
Hello, mate. This is my first day in Postle. What's it like around here?
It's brand new, mate. It's brand new, to be honest. It's the same as everywhere. You get goodness and you get not too good.
Yeah.
Cheers, bye. So, just how you take it, treat people how you want to be treated. So, that's it, you know what I mean? So,
nice one, man. What are you up to now?
nothing, just go get back up the stair.
Yeah.
Even like maybe teas are coming up for a cup of tea. I'll be up for a cup of tea.
You don't mind? Yeah, you sure? Right, okay. What's your name, mate? Sorry? John. Cool.
I was 45.
You were 45
I was
yesterday?
45 years.
Really? Happy birthday, mate. Do you not have a key to get in?
I did have, but I lost it.
Right.
So I did. It's me, Charlie. No. Any what? Hang up. 15 quid they charge you for that.
For the key
For
pass.
that fob. Not in.
Mm-hmm.
See you again. Bye.
Thanks, mate.
It's in here. This is Johnny. Johnny.
Hi.
Ed, Johnny.
How you doing?
Right, now put
Nice
this in there.
How you doing? Nice one. Yeah, very well, thank you.
John and his partner Gillian live in a 2-bed council flat.
Let's go and I'll show you this, man. He's sitting in the car's edge. You need to come in, shut the door there, and then sit in the car's edge, because how you meant to sit in the car's edge when the door's like that? It's so stupid.
That used to be a cupboard. Your toilet was a cupboard. That's how it's no window.
Whatever kind of architect designed this needs a new job. It's as simple as that. But that's my gaff.
How did you two meet? How long ago was that?
Oh, 13 years.
13 years.
13 years unlucky.
That's great, isn't it? It's great.
But we've been here just under 5 years, and where I live affects me. I don't know about other people, but it affects me. We've lived in other areas and there's been a sense of community. Here, I've walked along your street and there's like somebody's done a shit in the middle of the street and you're like, would you do that in your own street? Probably no. You know what I mean? We forget people actually live here, and there's loads of great people about here.
But it's what you make it, innit? It's the same as everywhere. You've got one type of shite and you've got another type of shite. You know what I mean? At least I know what kind of shite I got here.
John and Gillian's flat is on the high street. Some of the last of the old Postle Park tenements still standing.
So John and Gillian have said that I can stay at their pub. Thank you for this. Thank you.
It's just above freezing outside, and you can really feel it in these 19th century tenements.
I've got candlelight. I've got a hot water bottle. Bless Gillian. Gillian and John don't sleep in this bedroom because they only heat one room in their house, which is the living room, because it's got such high ceilings, it's expensive to heat. Their gas has been turned off, so they're just running off electricity, but that means one plug-in electric heater in that room. It's the only heating in the house.
when I got to get coffee before my shit comes. A cup of coffee for Mr. Stafford in here. Here we go, son. Let coffee get everything, man.
Breakfast in bed this morning. Doesn't get any better than this.
What are your plans for the day then?
This is my plan. I don't mingle because of my past, no, but I'm an ex-addict with methadone, so the less I mix with the outside world, the less chance there is of me getting in some sort of a trouble, no.
Was that formerly being a heroin addict then?
Aye, it's a heroin addict. People think, oh, just come off it. It's easy to say that, but when you stay in an environment like this, yeah.
Do you have like a regular counsellor or anyone like that?
I'm not seen a drug worker since 3 years. When drug workers came.
So how old were you when you first did drugs?
I've had a few traumas in my life, no? Can point it right to a specific day when I started using drugs. The door bangs, I answers it, and it's a lassie next door. And I get handed a wee dead baby. I caught death. That was in the late 90s. It impacted me. See every time you close your eyes. Are you going to start? Right.
John goes to the pharmacy 3 times a week to pick up his methadone prescription.
Is it, you go in here?
No, I go in this one. It's 2 different bits because we're seen the same class citizens, no. I'm no good enough to be served in there.
When methadone is prescribed to detox from heroin, the dosage will gradually be reduced over time.
That's this one.
But John is still on a high dose of 110 milligrams. Stats show that Glasgow has the highest number of drugs fatalities in Europe, and deaths linked to methadone misuse have now outstripped those from heroin.
So this is my mother's dose now, which I get home with me, which is 110 mil. I can kill you and you, that one me bottle.
There's no plan to wean you off?
No, not one iota. I'm 45, I've been on it since I was 21. So, 24 years. It's a long fucking slog. I don't care what anybody says. I was a fit young man. I was a football player, qualified SFA coach. I've got good qualifications. And now I'm 2 stone lighter than I used to be. I've got no teeth. It's the worst thing I've ever done, ever. And they give it. It's a death sentence, Victor. That's how I see it.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
See the best in Europe go head-to-head in the UEFA Nations League Finals. The UEFA Nations League Finals on Channel 4. Watch live and free Sunday at 7.
The Goldbergs is at the end. We're saying goodbye to friends. We wish that they all could stay. I mean, look at the hops to pay.
I'm not entirely sure I'm here.
We're all gonna miss the Goldbergs.
So great.
But we don't have to be around birds.
Don't forget to watch your bottom.
The kid is just gotten 2 old birds. But don't worry.
Oh, I'm gonna miss this. Oh, I miss it.
We'll probably repeat the good ones.
Final series of the Goldbergs on E4. Stream or watch live tomorrow at 7:30.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
I'm heading to one of Glasgow's biggest estates, on the outskirts of the city.
Easter House historically has the reputation which it got in the 1980s and 90s, which was very violent inter-estate fighting. And I want to find out whether that's still going on today.
Easter House was built in the late 50s, rehoming families from substandard housing in Glasgow's East End. Today, Greater Easter House is home to around 35,000 people.
The weird thing is there's absolutely nobody here. I do realise it's the depths of winter, but you would have thought with the amount of people living here that it would be more populated. It's cold, very cold, but rarely have I seen so few people out in the street.
With no one about, I'm going to try my luck with somewhere a bit warmer.
Morning.
Morning.
Breakfast, please. Do you want some? Yeah.
Do you want a 6 and an 8 item?
86 item.
6 item.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, toast and a roll.
A roll, please.
Hard decisions for you, Anna.
All right.
Right, my honey.
Thank you very much.
Just coming, all right?
Nice one.
Hi, guys. You line up me cakes? So, it's going to be done, isn't it?
Are you sisters?
The three of us are sisters, and we've got a sister-in-law. So the four of us own it.
I do.
Yeah.
Have you always lived around here?
Lived in Easter House all my life.
Have you?
Mhm.
Is it a good place to live?
Back in the days, probably. The new, not so much, I would mean.
Well, it's got worse. Or...
I would say it's got worse now, definitely. Like, see, years ago, I'd have walked about here, no bother.
Yeah.
I wouldn't walk about here at night now.
Would you?
Too much smuggling, too much thingies now, because obviously the cost of living, so it's getting harder.
Is it hitting you guys? Are there less people coming in?
On and off, on and off. But they just come in for the banter. Do you know what I mean? That's where customers come in here for the cheek. Right, guys? He's like the banter. That's good, me? Get you? There you go. Come as a friend, out as a family. If you get that, you come up. No, you're still friends to your witch.
Thank you.
I've always been right.
Amazing.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Alan. Nice
Take
to meet
care.
you. Take
Bye-bye.
care.
No one's on the streets at the moment because it's raining and it's cold and it's miserable.
And the awkward thing about what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to speak to people, but I'm not naturally that gregarious, but just walking into places and trying to gain people's trust immediately it's quite a difficult thing to do. The chip's good. Are they?
Right.
It's good, butter sausage as well. Right, mate. My name's Ed, by the way. What's your name?
Lenny. Lenny.
Lenny, nice to meet you, Lenny.
Jules.
Hi, can I have butter sausage and chips, please? Thank you. Take care. Bye. Thank you. Lenny, are you walking home? Do you want me to give you a lift?
All right, then.
Yeah?
Lenny and her 12-year-old son, Jack, live in a neighbourhood called Well House.
How far is it?
It's been 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Are you going to walk?
Bye.
You'd be drenched by the time.
I know.
Is that right? Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, thank you. No, mate. It's like a man too soon. You're kidding.
Hello. You alright? What's your name, sorry? Rachel. Rachel, your daughter?
Hi.
Can you tell?
A little bit, yeah.
Lenny and her husband live here with Jack, as well as their oldest daughter, Rachel, and Rachel's kids, Maya and Caden.
Do you work?
I started taking seizures after I had my palsy, epileptic seizures.
So does that mean that you have to step up and do some of the parenting because of the fact that you can't?
Aye. Caden, so have your gran? Aye.
I'd love to get away from this place.
Would you?
Aye. There's nothing for the younger ones to do like them or at Jack's age, or the baby boys and the lassies at 16 and all that. All you see is them running about drinking and Tell him about you and you. You know the way you can't used to be causing fights when you know.
Don't be quiet.
I know she wasn't.
Were you a bit of a ringleader? Yeah.
She was.
I was up to it was wild. Then we entertained ourselves. We were getting fighting for everybody else.
Was that just because you were bored?
Saturday at night. You see them making petrol bombs and just throwing them.
What's the worst thing that you can remember happening?
Then at Edinburgh Road, the guy getting slapped 21 times.
Okay. Do you feel like you're mellowed now, though?
Aye.
Just comes with age, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's no safe for anyone hanging about anywhere.
What, still today?
Aye. I don't get me wrong, I tell them, fucking hit them back or something, actually. Got to be streetwise if you stay here. Got to be rough and ready.
Is that just survival of the fittest? You like, you grew up in an area which there was quite a lot of fighting going on, so...
Aye. Yeah. Aye. It's just the way you were brought up here. Then you hit back. Aye, mate, I will. Think you might you hit back.
Are there people on the street you have to watch out for?
No.
No. Because of who you are?
Because I'm my own money. They've been very intimidated by me.
Would they?
Aye.
Lenny, I'm going to get out of your hair. But, thank you so much for inviting me in to have a supper in here. Appreciate it. Cheers, Jack. Thank you, mate. All right. Take care, Lenny. Bye-bye. Lenny's a mother of 5, a grandmother of 3, but I wouldn't want to mess with her. I really wouldn't. It's a fascinating world when, just out of boredom, you start having fights.
Despite being home to around 35,000 people, so far, I've not seen much in the way of community services.
Hey, big man. How's things? All right?
Okay. Any chance of grabbing a cup of tea?
But I've heard about this community centre, which today is running a drop-in cafe for people with addiction issues.
Nice again, Paul.
Aye, why not?
You work at it, do you?
I do, aye, mate. Volunteering. Oft. That was poor.
Barry's 34 and is himself a recovering addict.
Well, this is a good game.
Oh, away you go.
Initially, what sort of drugs were you doing?
Heroin, crack. It was a way to sort of escape reality, if you will.
Right. What sort of age?
The first time I was trying it in bits of dope, man, maybe about 10. Some all the older ones would give you a wee draw it and that, watch you bite you and all that. And a lot of the older ones that you looked up to, most of them are dead now.
Most of them are dead?
Most of them are dead, aye. The ones I grew up with.
You come down here for a bit and thought there's an alternative way. Is that kind of...
I actually got a script in here.
Right.
Methadone.
Right.
So I did. Something I wasn't able to do for years.
Would you say methadone is harder to come off than heroin?
Oh, aye.
Yeah.
A lot harder. Methadone stays in your system a lot longer. It's no good. It messes up your stomach, messes up your heat. My memory was terrible.
Around here, drugs are very readily available. Is that fair to say?
Aye.
So what, at the moment, what's the drug of choice then around here?
The street value.
Street value?
Aye, quite a big thing.
What's that exactly?
It's
not. I know what Valium is, obviously the prescription drug, but is it different to that?
Aye. Right. Street value are a bit stronger, so people are ending up dying on them, do you know what I mean?
So they're not made in labs?
No.
Just in somebody's kitchen or something like that? Is that?
Aye.
Yeah.
The street value. You don't know where you are, or what you're doing, or what you've done. Somebody that's closely related to me, that's all I'll say, that stabbed his wife for him. He went to sleep after it, and he woke up covered in blood with the coppers over him. And that lassie was lying in intensive care. A really bad problem.
Street Valium. I'd never heard of it before. It's not even got the same exact ingredients as Valium because it's made in people's kitchens. It's not made in a laboratory at all, so it has contaminants in it. That's why there were more deaths. That's why there were more problems with it, because it's not regulated, obviously.
I think it's quite late. Right, get out there.
One of my hosts, John, isn't feeling well this morning, so he's gone back to bed. But his partner Gillian is up and about.
What are you up to?
I don't know. You better go a bit of shopping or.
Have you got any food in or not?
We've got a wee bit, but I was going to make spaghetti bolognese. I've got Aldi vouchers.
Okay.
John and Gillian live off £400 a month in benefits and tend to shop locally. But Gillian's making the most of my wheels to hit up a supermarket a couple of miles away.
Like in the front, back?
Yeah, of course, get in the front. I'm not driving you around like a fucking taxi.
I like all these SAS programs and all that. I like all them. Oh, aye. If I was younger and a wee bit fit enough, I'd probably enter myself into one. Because I went for my basic training to join the army, and I got told during it that I was pregnant.
That would have been a different life, wouldn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Gillian's been prescribed methadone for 4 years, but a much smaller dose than John, of just 60 milligrams.
I was the one to go on it. They basically said if I didn't go on it, I wouldn't get any contact with my wee girl. So that was the only reason I went on it. Me and John were the only two parents in her life, right up till she was 6.
John and Gillian's daughter is now 11. They lost custody of her 5 years ago.
And so she's quite happy, settled. She's getting on well at school.
Do they feed you little updates and stuff like that? So that you know what's going on in her life?
I write letters and I don't get any letters back. I was getting photographs sent at first.
Right.
And then the contact kind of windled away during lockdown and stuff.
Okay.
So me and John, our plan for the future is just to try and wean myself off methadone. By the time she gets to, say, 16, if she decides she wants to come and see us, it will be in a better place by then.
I'm still trying to get my head around the fact that John and Gillian have an 11-year-old daughter that they haven't seen for 5 years. It is extraordinarily sad. But that demonstrates just how strong a grip addiction has over both of them.
Come on, Johnny, wake up. Oh. It's us.
Yeah.
Must have just woke up.
How are you, John?
Every time I've been up, I've been sick, man.
Oh, no.
I've got a banging migraine. It's something that I cope with quite regularly.
Is it? Hope you feel better soon, mate. I really do. Right, I'm going to give Gillian a hand.
Doesn't need to be finely chopped, no chef style.
No, it doesn't need to be finely chopped. Right?
Nah. Gonna be getting cooked on anyway.
John, Gillian was telling me about your daughter's situation. I'm sorry to hear about that, mate.
That's the hardest thing for me to deal with. I know people that are treated their ways like shite, and they've got their ways to this day. He couldn't do nothing with their stupid relapse, and it's been made out as if we're fucking the devil incarnate. This lady here in my way changed my life. Because when I first met Gillian, I was going through a bad time. I just lost my ma. I was emotionally fucked up, so I was fighting with everybody. I just wanted to fight. But as soon as I met Gillian, I started being able to walk away from these people. And once you've been attacked like this, then I think it changes a whole load of perspectives in your life, no?
Was that a turning point then?
Oh, definitely, aye. I ended up with 180 odd stitches in my face and my jugular.
Knife went into your mouth, across your cheek, straight down your jugular, and then basically stopped at the collarbone. Yeah. You were lucky.
I was lucky, aye.
And the guy was in the house and drank tea and he did it in the way out the door.
Why did he do that?
Just trying to make a name for himself in the scheme that we were living in at the time, I think.
think I'd have been able to eat, man. My throat heat was pumping all morning. I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning, brand new, took my methadone, and then probably about 12 o'clock, I ran in there and spewed my ringer.
I was sick with the head's headache. But it's happening more often than not.
Aye. Gillian's convinced I'd get early onset something.
I can't remember yesterday.
Can't help but feel that methadone's got a lot to answer.
Oh, definitely. I totally agree with you there, Ed. I reckon it's killed numerous brain cells in the... But the doctors and that say is down to your drug use. Aye, maybe back 10 years ago, but I haven't had a habit for that long. You can't put it down to that. It's down to what you medicate me then.
Yeah.
Simple.
So do you not use it all now?
Oh, aye. I still have a wee sporadic dabble here and there.
I'd probably say weed's the main thing.
Aye. We smoke a lot of weed. I could probably show you all the wee baggies that are about my house. And I've been known to take a few Valium, street ones.
With John drinking heavily and taking street Valium on top of his high methadone dose, he's taking a massive risk with his health. It's quite worrying to see. What they're currently doing isn't helping them move towards a situation where they're going to be reunited with their daughter. I'm not saying they're not at fault in terms of what's gone on in the past, but they must be feeling a huge amount of pain surrounding not being able to bring up and look after their daughter.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
There's no such thing
England 0, Hungary 4.
as an easy game in international football.
Tipped away. Saka having a go. Oh, what a goal!
The journey to UEFA Euro 2024 continues with Malta versus England on Channel 4. Watch live and free Friday at 7.
You're 50 now. Any irritability or rage?
Nothing unjustified.
Sounds like the menopause to me, Linda.
I've spent most of my life putting other people's needs before my own. I'm not going to do that for a bit, and it feels so great.
Oh, jeez, I've got pepper spray up here. Is it coarse or brown? We're women, Linda. This is what we do.
That's gonna ruffle some feathers.
Stop smacking me!
Time's up, Linda.
Bye, Linda.
Brand new comedy, The Change on Channel 4. Stream all episodes from Wednesday. Watch live at 10.
You have to get out now. What? They found us.
Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
You've heard of an eye for an eye. There'll be no regrets. Before We Die on Channel 4. Brand new series coming soon. Stream Series 1 now. Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
I'm in Well House, a few miles east of Glasgow city centre.
That house has just been firebombed. Apparently there were kids upstairs and they struggled to get everyone out. Absolutely crazy.
I haven't spoken to any of the residents in the block, but still, it's shocking to see.
I'm on my way to see Lenny, who lives close by.
You right?
Yeah.
Lenny's raised 5 kids in Well House. Jack, her youngest, is 12.
Jack didn't run at school?
Nope.
Why, what's going on?
Because he's up to all sorts of me.
Is he? You alright, Jack? How's it going, man? How's school? Why? Good. How you doing? I'm very well. How you? Yeah, Ed.
Some local lads turn up and seem keen to chat.
What is it like around here? Yeah? Stuff going on at the moment? Do the police come down here a lot then? All the time? Do they?
Every single day.
You right, man? You right, man?
I'm in.
Are you? Right.
He's the second big man.
Is he?
Yeah.
Do you like living around here?
I fucking love it.
Yeah. What are you up to?
I fucking love it. I'm trying to nurse with Bessie's.
Take care, man. Where you boys going now? The rest of them. Going to get same. Hey. Do you think this area's getting better or?
No, it's shite now.
It's shite now. If you could have like one thing built here, like something for you guys to do, what would it be?
A weed farm.
If you could have one thing built around here, you'd have a weed farm.
I could go the winter fucking in here. Thanks for drinking it.
Nice one. Yeah, thank you. Cheers, Lenny.
Including her grown-up kids and grandkids, Lenny's got 6 family members living with her.
Have you worked in the past or?
Aye.
No, you're not
Used
working
to.
at the moment, eh?
Used to work in the Daily Record.
Daily Record, doing what?
Cleaning.
Do you find that you're better off working or not working?
No.
Not working?
No.
Yeah. Because the universal credit is better than you would be getting if you were working.
Aye.
Money you would be earning.
Right, well, probably. But then everywhere's shutting down, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, don't see why people should go look for work when they're shutting them down anyway.
Right.
Waste their time in it. Go to work for 2 weeks, then you're put out. Why go to work?
Whatever benefits the adults get,
Aye.
you just divide it between the half.
Whatever it costs us to buy food and lecky and whatever.
But you will chip in.
Aye.
Stuff like that. You don't worry about cost of living. You don't worry about not being able to feed the family.
Pay face on it. Aye.
You all right, Jack?
He thinks when he grows on cheese, him.
Yeah.
Haha. Funny.
Danny, I'm going to shoot off, but thank you so much for the beer, and we'll catch up soon. Yeah.
Yep.
Cheers, Jack. Take care, man. Bye bye.
See you after it.
The thing that struck me was just the no nonsense, matter of fact way that Lenny just said, "Why would I work? I can get more money on benefits than I would if I went to work," and it's just a different mindset, isn't it? Really. I mean, it was just nah. It's not worth it. Hi, Sammy.
Hi, Ed.
How are you?
Good, you?
Very well, thank you very much. Morning.
Morning.
I've popped back to see Shelley and her sisters, who've owned the Wee Betty's Cafe for 6 years.
Toast and scrambled egg, Debbie, please.
Is it alright if I join you? Come on.
And these ladies are regulars.
Do you guys live on the estate?
Yeah.
Yeah? No. Some do, some don't. Is it a good place to live?
There's nothing for everybody here. The bar's closed. They're all shut down. And that's the nearest ones. They're kind of younger pubs, if you get me, for like younger people coming in. I wouldn't go to the pubs down there either.
Yeah.
No, quite rowdy.
Are they?
And obviously, they're too old for it.
For having a night out, one of the girls will pick me up and bring me up here.
Right.
And what they do, they take every one of us home.
Well, do you have your night out here?
We've got an ABBA night.
Okay.
Once every dance
ABBA
for
night.
Belgians.
And if you need them, you could phone them up and say, listen, going to help me, I need to get such and such.
So it's more than just a cafe then, it's a little hub of the community coming around.
So those the wee nights that we had the door shops, and you'll get the Phoenix.
What's the Phoenix, sorry?
The Phoenix is a building, it's just straight up the back of us.
A restaurant?
They do, no, they do, it's good for kids. Sammy, you go to the Phoenix, don't you, and do the boxing, like boxing classes and all the community, like some do kids class, adults class, I do the adults class. But it's good.
So that's a sort of community hub.
Yeah. So it's bringing a lot of kids off the street because there's nothing.
Is it a council running place or is it?
It's a charity base.
Charity. Right. Shelley, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, ladies. Bye bye. Phoenix.
Across Scotland, the last 10 years have seen cuts to community services, with spending on the leisure sector reduced by 25%. And I haven't seen anything round here yet to engage young people.
Hey, Dave.
Hi, I'm Richard, that's Lorraine.
Lorraine, lovely to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Is this your club?
I was a daft one that took it on. It was a derelict building.
Richard rebuilt the Phoenix from a disused library.
Was it originally set up as a boxing place? No.
What it's set up is a community sports hub.
Right.
And what I mean by that, we're trying to change people's lives.
Yeah.
people who have been inactive for a long time. Right. So they come in here, we sit down, we cup of tea, so we get involved slowly.
Why are there so few places for people to come and meet?
Well, because what it is, it's one of the most deprived areas in Scotland.
Yeah.
Easter House was built in the late 50s. When people came here, 9 out of 10 men were working.
Right.
It's 2 out of 10 now.
Is that right?
That's the rate now. So that 7 or 8 out of 10 that's not working, what are they going to do during the day? Where are they going to go? What do you think the biggest crime in this area is? What would you think? Neglect. Okay. That's the biggest crime. And the politicians should be charged with neglect, what they've done to people on this estate, estates like it. It was one of the biggest social housing blunders of all time.
It's our last round. You need to win this round to win the fight.
This is the first place that if I lived here as a young kid that I would want to come to, that I would want to get involved with, and it gives an option. You know, rather than hanging out on the street, rather than taking drugs, you can come here and you can train.
22-year-old Evan is one of the club's brightest prospects. He's got a big fight coming up, and I've had boxing training in the past, so possibly against my better judgment, I've agreed to help him stay sharp.
He's a welterweight, I'm a heavyweight, but I don't think that makes much difference. So, like, he hits hard, and he's fit, and he's conditioned. I'm not making excuses for myself at all.
As he grew up in Easterhouse, Evan has first-hand experience of the challenges facing young people around here.
In Easterhouse, like loads of people are really down. There's mental health issues, and you know everybody's in this part of life where they think this is how you enjoy life, because everybody has a drug of choice. So like there's one drug that would work for one person, but it wouldn't work for the other. And for me, it's just cool. I tried everything, but when I took that was like this is different class. I really like this, you know what I mean? And becomes, I don't like this, I love this, I want to do this all the time.
So how old were you when you first did cocaine?
14.
14
years old. I just went in a bad path, and it got really bad real quick. All I cared about, mate, was the habit that I had. I didn't care about anything else. Once I had to get CPR and get brought back to life.
So actually physically almost died?
Yeah, I was out. Everybody that was in that room thought I was dead. They didn't think I was alive. And it wasn't great.
How much cocaine had you actually taken?
Thinking back, about 7 grand.
7 grand?
7, mate, aye.
Okay,
7.
so that's not really very surprising that happened.
Nah, definitely not. I ended up going to a rehab. Everything's changed now. See, for every time I walk in this gym, the determination, the hard work, the passion I have for this sport, but what it's done for me, I just have to put everything into it to know that I've went as far as I can go with it.
I just wish you the best of luck. I really, really, really hope it goes well for you.
No worries, my man. I'm confident.
Evan demonstrates how important certain community structures are. Rehab, parents, boxing gym, you know, those things are all vital, but unless you've got the strength of character and the determination to focus on more positive things, you're never going to change. And he's shown that strength. He's shown that absolute decisiveness that he wants to be a different man.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
One of the world's most exclusive hotels is offering a truly extraordinary prize.
Head chef in the Palm Court at the Langham.
This is definitely the most expensive thing I've ever made.
This is below what I was expecting.
5-Star Kitchen, Britain's next great chef on Channel 4. Stream weekly. Watch live Thursday at 8.
Welcome to Popmaster TV, the music quiz where the first question is, should you not be on the radio? 5 contestants are here to test their mettle in pop's toughest test. The quicker you buzz in, the more points it will be worth.
Just not busting on my palms are sweating again.
You're gorgeous. Thank you so much. It's all about guessing the year.
1986.
1 year out again. They're all hoping to give a smash-hit performance, so let's play Popmaster.
Ken Bruce presents a brand new series, Popmaster TV on More 4, coming soon.
I want to build a machine that history would remember. I can't do this without you.
What are you doing?
You both need this just as much as I do.
Halt and Catch Fire on Channel 4. Stream all episodes free now.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
I'm coming to the end of my time in Glasgow, and it's one of the biggest nights in the Scottish calendar.
John, happy birthday. Nice one.
Comes like, no done that since my family passed away.
Haggis.
Personally, I like it just boiled and then roasted a wee bit.
Gillian's out, so for now, it's lads only.
Right, I'm going to roll a wee joint.
A joint?
A joint, aye. Just a nice wee joint. Nothing too strong, or nothing. Because I do my best not to dabble, but I do dabble. Because if I kid on, I say, no, I don't dabble. I'm kidding me on.
Was it a weed?
It's just sweet, it's sweet. There you go, have a wee sniff of it. It's only a wee bit for 2 joints.
Right.
This is my problem. I've been across drug workers that have treated me like a second-class citizen. Oh, you're this age, get your act together and shit like that. And you're like, I wish I could. I'm trying. I've tried. I'm not a daft wee boy. I'm riddled with personal guilt. I can't get rid of that. Bogs me down every day, man. We've got a way together, me and Gillian, and I'd love to see her walk into her life. It would pure. Sorry, guys. I don't want to be on methadone. It's fucking ruined me. It's ruined me. And it's ruined everything that I had.
In this whole conversation that we've been having about methadone, the fact that it's not stopping you taking other drugs, is it?
Far from it.
Therefore, it doesn't do what it's
prescribed to
do.
No, that's just elevating my habit. That's just giving me an extra thing to take. And it's all self-inflicted. That's the fucking iron there. I do this to myself. Know what I mean?
There will be people, I'm sure, that say he's a drug addict, it's his fault. John does have responsibility for his addiction issues, but it's also clear that what's being offered to him isn't helping. There does seem to be no plan for him to truly get clear of addiction. He's parked on methadone for years and just left to it. Is it acceptable in our society that people are left on the wayside like that?
It's Friday night, and Lenny's asked me to meet her at the community centre in Easterhouse.
You all right, Lenny?
Tonight the centre's running a disabled members disco, and I find Lenny behind the bar.
Oh, come on, you're right.
What do you want, mate? Get it. Do you have the shaker thing? Yeah. Alright, how does it work? What? Just coming out of your wages? No.
Don't get wages. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, Friday, Saturday.
Lenny's told me previously she doesn't work and gets by on universal credit.
Volunteering in this sort of way. Why'd you do this?
Because it's fun.
It's
You
fun.
laugh, aye. They put you living your life like in fighting in the streets. And you can get something back. Let's get like universal credits, then they can't hassle you to go to job if you volunteer. As long as you're volunteering, you don't get paid for it.
I didn't know that. You volunteer for 40 hours a week, yeah?
Aye, sometimes 43, it depends.
It's a full week. It's the same as somebody would do 9 to 5 in a normal job.
Right.
Lenny, I very much doubt she has to do 40 hours a week, and she's volunteering at an organisation which does help all kinds of vulnerable people. To me, if you put in a full working week in this kind of institution, then you're a grafter, aren't you? And even though she's got this sort of hard lady image, she's contributing. She's giving back to society. Right, I'm going to show off.
Thank you so much for having me, sir.
Thank you so much.
Come back anytime. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I do think that some of the people that I've met aren't getting the top-down support, welfare services, and therefore they are slipping through the cracks.
In the time I've spent on estates across the UK, this has been a common theme. It's all too easy to judge an area just because it has high rates of crime or drug addiction. But unless there's targeted investment aimed at helping the hardest to reach people, communities will continue to suffer.
It does feel like some of these areas have been overlooked by the system that is meant to be looking after them.
You'll find support for any of the issues that were raised in the programme at channel4.com/support.
Trail running sets me against myself. It's pure adventure. Explore a world of documentaries on Ford, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Listen up, Goggleheads! Celebrity Gogglebox is back! Hello!
You know what that means?
It means people off the telly watching telly! Oh, my heart's pounding. Of course it is, but there's no stopping us now! Ooh, what's happening here? There we go.
That's not normal.
Oh, what's happening, isn't it? It's happening.
This is a good song, though.
Oh my god, it's like an 80s top of the pops.
Brand new Celebrity Gogglebox on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from Friday at 10.
I am very much looking forward to having a wander around this.
The agents from Sotheby's Realty are back.
My word.
This is an amazing intro.
To unlock the doors to Britain's most jaw-dropping houses.
Now we need to sell it.
Imagine waking up to this every morning.
Britain's most expensive houses on Channel 4. Stream now or watch live Thursday at 9.
You're 50 now. Any irritability or rage?
Nothing unjustified.
Sounds like the menopause to me, Linda.
I've spent most of my life putting other people's needs before my own. I'm not going to do that for a bit, and it feels so great.
Oh, jeez, I've got pepper spray up here.
Is it coarse or ground?
We're women, Linda. This is what we do.
That's gonna ruffle some feathers.
Stop fracking me.
Time's up, Linda.
Bye, Linda.
Brand new comedy, The Change on Channel 4. Stream all episodes from Wednesday. Watch live at 10.
The Goldbergs is at the end. We're saying goodbye to friends. We wish that they all could stay. I mean, look at the hearts today.
I'm not entirely sure why I'm here.
We're all gonna miss the Goldbergs.
So good.
But we don't have to be around birds.
Don't forget to watch your bottom.
It is just gotten too old birds. Don't worry.
I'm gonna miss this. Oh, I missed it.
We'll probably repeat the good ones. Final series of the Goldbergs on E4. Stream or watch live tomorrow at 7:30.
This is Channel 4. We're happy to say that we're signing more programs than ever before, which means whether it's dramas, documentaries, or comedy, it's easier than ever to watch, however you want us. And now on Channel 4, it's kids, and there's very strong language from the start.
Explore a world of documentaries on 4. Sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
More young people are in the care system than ever before. But they're rarely seen and rarely heard. This series wants to change that.
Never let anyone say what you got time for. It only goes around, goes around, goes around. Take a family name for your own great sins. Cause each day is where it all begins. And don't give up too quick. You only get one line, you better make it stick. If we give ourselves to every breath, then we're all in the running for a hero's death.
What do you fancy this week?
So bolognese for sure. I love bolognese.
Right, do we need any gravy?
I've got some.
Yes, think about how much money you've got per week to spend to make sure it will last you. Or you can always get something
Those ones are
cheaper,
easy,
but
yeah.
then you can just add some cheese
exactly.
and some
Sweet
Chinese.
and sour chicken with pineapple. 79p. Sorry.
Do you feel parental towards her? I do actually, because even though I'm not her mum, biological mum, I'm still a corporate parent. So I feel that I am responsible for her as I would be responsible for my own child. Right,
There we are.
let's put that away.
Since she came into care 3 years ago, Havana has lived with a host of different foster carers. But with the support of a specialist housing programme and social worker, Aga, she's just moved into her first flat.
How old are you?
16.
And this is your...
This is my own flat, yeah. Welcome.
Wow. So you live here alone?
Yes, all by myself.
Do you feel ready to have a tenancy of your own?
I mean, I think like growing up in the system or growing up in my situation, I've always had to be quite mature from that age.
That's amazing. You do seem really... I think of myself at 16, I could barely find my way to bed. Let alone have a tenancy.
This is the day I went into foster care. Yeah, look, November 5th, 2018. 7 in the morning.
How many placements did you have before you got this you moved here?
Oof, I must have had 6 placements.
6 in what, 3 years?
Yeah, about 3.5 years, 6 different placements.
And when you went to your first placement, did you hope that would be where you'd stay forever? That would be a family you'd be with?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I was hoping that I'd be part of this family, and it just wasn't that. It wasn't all that I'd dreamt it to be. Even though I didn't find my forever family, it's like I'm still looking for that, and I always will be looking for that, because everyone needs a family, or people around them at least, to support as a family. Yeah.
Do you know this one? The I can just play it really fast, which is cool thing I can do.
Havana no longer sees her mum and has never known her dad. But as she turns 16, she has questions she wants answered.
So, like, obviously, I've never really known my dad, and like, mum doesn't know anything about him really, I don't think, and I obviously don't know anything about him. I don't know social services would, because, you know, he left before I was born. But yeah, I was just like wondering if, like, I didn't know if you like there was anything on my files or anything about my dad, or if like there's any way you could help me find him in a way, or at least a picture of him or anything.
Okay. So we can explore what kind of services are available. Okay. So we might not have all the answers at this point, but we can try to support, to help you find the family if possible. We can put that as a plan.
Well, I'd love to know him. Like, if possible, I'd love to know him and meet that side of the family. But even if that wasn't possible, like, I could just see myself just at least looking at a picture and him knowing that I'm here and him accepting that I'm here. Even if he goes, I'm not ready to meet you now, but it's lovely to know that you wanted to know me. Even that alone would be like such a lovely feeling. Sorry. But it'd just be quite an, you know, it's like someone finally accepting you that you didn't think would ever accept you. It's quite a lot of strong feeling. But yeah. Oh, I'm so silly. I'm so sorry. But yeah, probably got mascara. I've got panda eyes. Oh, but yeah, for sure. It's just that dream of having that feeling. For sure, yeah.
Since she was a child, she only knew one part of the family. So, and she knows that as she's getting older, she wants to know more about herself.
And what is the risk?
I think rejection. What if they've got a different view? I think that's the risk.
Blushing inside, baby, pink is the truth you can't hide. Baby, pink like the folds of your brain. Crazy pink as we all go insane.
So I've got a meat feast pizza. Oh, I've got some veg. That's quite solid.
Just a few weeks into her tenancy, and Havana has her first dinner guest. Lifelong friend, Beth.
Hello? Hello. Let me let you in. What's the password? What's the password? What is it? It's come on, you got this.
Let me in.
You do so. Let me in, please. Okay, that's good enough. I don't think you would have. Oh. Hello. What? I'm doing this pizza.
Hello, Beth. I'm Paddy.
I'm Beth. Oh yeah, Paddy Jack. Oh my gosh, yeah. So I'm doing a pizza, if that's all right. I love pizza. Awesome, right. While that boils.
Isn't it bonkers though? It's like you can do anything you want.
Like the first thing we did when we came here is. Oh. We both sat on the counter, didn't we? If I can get up. With our legs there. So our legs were there kicking each other. So that was like the first thing we did, and we're like, no one can tell us we can't sit on the counters anymore. We were buzzing.
Can you describe Havana to me?
She's so loud. Like you can always hear her before you can see her.
What's going on with these photos? What's happening here?
I do drag. Mrs. Gina Tonic, she's a Mrs.
Can women do drag then? Is that's the thing, is it?
Yeah, so an AFAB queen, which is assigned female at birth. A lot of people think like just gay men can do drag, which is not the case. Because I've gone through like from being bisexual to pansexual to straight, thinking straight again, and now I'm unlabeled, which is this flag here.
You're what? What's this?
Unlabeled. So I just don't have a label on who I like or who I love. It's just if I like the person, I'll like the person. Yeah. Yeah.
You were riding your bike to the sound of It's No Big Deal.
We were in year 6 and we just met there and we've been friends since. We've had a lot of bumps because our personalities are so different.
And nothing about the way you were treated was especially alarming till now. So you tie back your hair and you smile like it's no big deal. You can let it go. You can throw a party filled with everyone you know and not invite your family because they never showed you love. And you don't have to be sorry for leaving and growing old.
I don't know that. I don't know the rest of it yet. I can't remember it, but it was Matilda.
How often has a child said to you that they want to go into care?
I can tell you exactly it's 3 times.
So it's very rare.
Very, very rare. They more often than not want to stay with their parents or in their own home where they feel that it's familiar. Havana was very clearly saying she needed to be away from her home situation. She needed to be in foster care.
Can you tell me about the day when she actually asked to be put into care?
I was her social worker at the time and things were really starting to get quite bad for Havana at home. There was a lot of abuse being masked. The sort of abuse that I recall Havana telling me about later was physical abuse, emotional abuse. And as such, it did take quite a long time to actually get to know the Havana below the surface.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is a picture from year 7. I would have been about 11 or 12.
So that was before you went into care?
Yeah. This was like peak of the abuse, actually. I'm surprised you can't see any bruises or anything in that picture alone.
Did she confide in you little things about what was going on for her at home?
Yeah. She'd just tell me that it's not nice at home and stuff, and that she didn't want to be there. It always felt like a mission to get her out there.
I was like, what am I going to do? Stephanie was the only person that knew what was going on at home. She saw what I'd been through that no one else has seen.
We were literally sat in the back of our class when she told me. And then, I just told her she has to tell them or I will. You have like a couple more hours or I'm going. Then she ended up going.
My drama teacher, I went over to her and I just burst into tears and she was like, what's wrong? And then I started listing things and she grabbed my wrist and took me to the safeguarding lead. The day that I knew there was a court case, I went and checked the safeguarding lead office at lunchtime, break time, before and after school.
And what happened?
She came out and she was like, they found you a foster family, social worker's going to be here at this time. My friends were just holding me and I was like breaking down like in happiness. And I felt free as anything, you know.
I am a woman, and that's perfect to me.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
One of the world's most exclusive hotels is offering a truly extraordinary prize.
Head chef in the Palm Court at the Langham.
This is definitely the most expensive thing I will ever make.
This is below what I was expecting.
5-Star Kitchen, Britain's next great chef on Channel 4. Stream weekly. Watch live Thursday at 8.
You want to be a refugee? What's your name, pal? Omar. I want to be a footballer. Do you ever think about who you were?
I used to be happy before I came here.
Brilliant! The network premiere of a Film 4 production, Limbo. Stream or watch live from Tuesday at 9 on Film 4.
We're on the last season of Goldberg. So great. Cause the kid has just got into old birds. But don't worry.
I'm gonna miss this. Oh, I miss it.
We'll probably repeat the good ones.
Final series of the Goldbergs on E4. Stream or watch live tomorrow at 7:30.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Kid. Kid. Hello, kid.
As you can see, I can see that you looked after us really well. And,
Yeah.
Is that you there? Yeah, that's me, yeah.
You love playing in the garden in the summer.
After 13 years in care, Kane has recently moved back to Coventry to live near his mum. When he was just 4, his dad went to prison following a violent incident in the home.
Kane's dad. What was it that happened? You can say it.
I know you get upset when
No, it's all right.
we'd had a disagreement, and I was telling him to get out, and the next minute he took all the keys off me and the phones and wouldn't let me out. But as soon as I got out, that's when the police come and then he did a run. He went on the run.
That one mistake you made, you didn't mean to.
Then he got sent to prison, and then he was deported back to Africa.
But it was 2 years later, when Kane's mum was in a new relationship, that the children were eventually removed from the home.
Why were the kids taken into care?
What happened was I met his stepdad, and he was very abusive to me. And what happened was I went into hospital to have the twins, and left you at home with this man, his stepdad, and that's when you were taken into care because I shouldn't.
So because you were basically because you were given birth, and you couldn't.
Well,
see, that doesn't make sense.
Why I left you there was because I didn't want to take you out of your routine, but that was their reason, taking you because of me leaving you.
Anyone was looking at that and think, yeah, she's a good mom. No hesitation.
Do you remember the day that you went into care?
I do, yeah, surprisingly. I know it was quite a long time ago, but yeah, I do actually remember, yeah. I was sitting in the classroom of school and everyone else getting picked up by their parents. And I was just sitting there wondering, well, where's my mum? So then I just spoke to the teacher. I asked her, why is she picking me up? And she's like, oh, we're just going to take you out to the office. Bear in mind, I'm 6 years old, so I was just a bit confused. Like, why? No, that's my mum. Like, where is she? The only thing I really remember is then taking me to the carers, and the rest of it's just blank after that. Like, even to this day, 13 years later, I still don't know the real reason why I got taken from my mum or into care, whatever you want to call it.
Like Havana, Kane is now trying to make sense of his past. He has 3 differing accounts of what happened to him: his mum's, the social workers, and his own memories.
I want to know Why they didn't try to help my mum? Why they didn't work with her? Maybe I would be different if I stayed with my mum. I feel a bit lost sometimes. Oh, God. Yeah, it's hard. It really is hard.
If you don't feel a sense of how you've come into care, there would be huge questions about why. Why wasn't I able to stay with my family? What was it that social care saw? For me, it seems like he is struggling to find his place in terms of fitting into society, feeling a sense of belonging. I think that's the bit that still is tricky for him.
To try and find answers, Kane is asking Children's Services for help. He's requesting access to his case files.
So what would we go through?
So mainly about why I was put into care. So I know a little bit about what I know, like the brief.
Yeah.
I don't know like all of it yet, if you know what I mean.
So the reason.
The actual reason why, because people talk. I've been told about 50 different stories. Like I can't keep up.
Right, and they're not really the same.
You can see that she looked after us on these DVDs that I watched at home. Like, if my mum was such a bad person, why would she bother? Why would she get to contact? Why am I still speaking to her now?
Okay.
Kane will have to wait several months to receive his files. But there's been a development in Havana's case. The service has tracked down her birth father.
Dad has been contacted. However, he was quite reluctant to come forward.
I see. So Dad doesn't want to come forward.
I think not at this point.
Okay.
But we've got news. Great for Havana. Potential member of the family came forward and agreed to complete DNA tests.
Okay. Why the DNA test?
To make sure that that family, that part of the family is related to Havana.
Now that they have a DNA sample from a relative of the father, all they need to complete the picture is DNA from Havana's mum. Aga is trying to get that sample from her today.
It's a big moment for Havana, definitely.
What do you want for Havana? What are your hopes?
I really want her to have that sense of identity, and I really do hope that she will get the answers to her questions, and her family can actually see how great person she is, because she is our little star. Yes, wish me luck.
Son, what are you doing? It's one of those as well, like, imagine meeting with your dad that you've never met, and like, what if, you know, he doesn't like who I am and stuff like that, or he just doesn't want to see me. It's one of those. If he doesn't want to see me, then fair play, you know, he has nothing to do with me.
It's not like you've met him.
It's not like I can take it personally because he doesn't know me. But even if he did know me and then suddenly said, I don't think we could do this, I feel like that would be quite breaking, you know? Seeing other children like go home with their dads or being around their dads, it was like, I wish I had that kind of experience. And it would have just been nice to have that other person that was like somewhat on my side with me. Growing up, I needed support. Everyone needs support at some point in their life.
you know, say for example, I was struggling with money now, yeah, the social care could help, but they're not there forever.
I can't imagine not knowing one of my parents. It would feel as if part of me was missing. Part of me was not there, and not knowing where those characteristics, those physical traits might come from, that must be really, really difficult to not know that. And I think she's trying to grasp onto somebody with blood links to her that might really care about her.
And everything has been done. So that's the sample that we've taken from Mum. Everything has been signed.
So how long before we'll know the result?
If I post that tomorrow, then I think it will take maximum 2 weeks for the results.
Really exciting.
It is.
So Havana's potentially going to get to know her family.
In the next 2 weeks, maximum 2 weeks.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
See the best in Europe go head-to-head in the UEFA Nations League Finals. The UEFA Nations League Finals on Channel 4. Watch live and free Sunday at 7.
You're 50 now. Any irritability or rage?
Nothing unjustified.
Sounds like the menopause to me, Linda.
I've spent most of my life putting other people's needs before my own. I'm not going to do that for a bit, and it feels so great.
Oh, jeez, I've got pepper spray up here.
Is it coarse or ground?
We're women, Linda. This is what we do.
That's gonna ruffle some feathers.
Stop smacking me!
Time's up, Linda.
Bye, Linda.
Brand new comedy, The Change on Channel 4. Stream all episodes from Wednesday. Watch live at 10. Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Oh, you're right, yeah. I'm looking for some part-time job. I'm just wondering if you have anything going. I was wondering if you had any, I'm looking for part-time work. Yeah. Just wondering if you had anything. Okay. Yeah, fine, thank you. Appreciate it, thank you. Oh yeah, look for some part-time work. No, that's okay. I can leave a CD with you anyway, just in case anything comes up.
Kane is still waiting to receive his case files. But today, he's hoping he'll get a little more information about why he ended up in care.
Hello. You alright? Yeah, not bad, yeah.
So we agreed today that we were going to have a look through your life story book, weren't we?
All children in care are given what's known as a life story book to help make sense of why they've been removed from their family.
And is this the one where you felt like some of the information was...
Yeah, something very graphic for an 8-year-old.
Okay.
A bit too much.
Kane hasn't looked at his since he was 8.
So now this is where it gets yeah. It says here they've been reporting that my dad has been hitting me, but why would he do that? I just don't believe that.
Who do you think would have told
My mum would have told me if she would, and she said that he didn't. So I really don't.
It's really hard to read that, isn't it? Because that's your dad, and what you know in your head is that he
Really
looked
nice
very nice.
guy. It's reading this is hard. So
Yeah.
lots of things that happened again. Someone else. And my brother and sister had to go into care just a
Yeah.
little bit.
And the reasons that they would have had to gone into care was
Because of the domestic violence.
so it would have been to keep them
Keep them
safe.
safe.
Yeah.
So by lots of things, there's been a lot of repeating of
So can you see a pattern?
yeah.
Can you? Okay. Are you kind of wondering why wouldn't my mum have told me?
Well, no, actually, she has said there was
Yeah.
some domestic violence. She never said about my sister going to care. That's why I'm like a bit confused because she never mentioned it before.
Okay.
Whereas,
So is that one of the things that we would need to try and confirm from when we access your records?
yeah, I think so.
Is did that happen?
I'm not sure that's true because some, like I say, some of it might be false information.
I mean, being in a domestically abusive relationship is a really hard thing. And your mum wants, obviously, your love and your affection and you to be thinking of her in the most positive way, and that maybe she didn't want to hurt you, or maybe she'd be worried about how you'd think about her. Do you want to have a little break? Yeah.
You need to do all this. That's heavy, guys. Yeah, that's heavy.
How will it be when the actual case file comes through?
My concern would be that if he comes across some information that he wasn't anticipating in relation to why it was brought into care, that's perhaps different from his mum's perspective or how she's explained it to him. I'm just worried that how it might affect his relationship with her, because it's really good at the moment.
Shut the last time in my life.
Instead of just waiting for Children's Services to come back with his file, Kane decides to go and explore his past. Although much of his memory is unclear, he does remember spending 2 years in a children's home in Kent. He's arranged to meet one of his best friends from the home.
Oh, bro, long time.
Jesus Christ, you're right, mate.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you too.
How was your trip?
Good, yeah, not bad.
Was it good?
Yeah, calm, man.
Oh, mate, it's good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Have you spoke to your mum lately?
Yeah, I seen her on Saturday. Yeah, she's doing good. Yeah. So I remember you back in the day when you were like younger. And you should win the man. You used to be quite angry.
I was angry for years, because it's like being placed with different people that you don't know.
Similar to me.
Yeah.
Can't relate. I can relate to you with that.
And like you just can't settle.
I try telling you, no, don't run away because they're only going to come look for you. And if you get, you can only get so far for the million now. They ain't going to get far.
Like back then, I thought running away was my only option.
So basically, I've asked to access my files.
Oh yeah. How come? Like, what made you want to ask that? Like, you want to look back into the past now?
And mainly the reason why I got put into care.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What, have you spoke to your mum about it?
Briefly, like I think it was because of my stepdad. Yeah, he used to. He wasn't a very nice man.
What, do you remember much about it?
I know a little bit. I mean, it was a long time ago. So, but also he used to lock me in rooms. What else did he used to do? He used to lock me. I can't even remember now what he did. To be honest.
Yeah.
It's hard because it was, like I say, it was like 13 years ago, so I don't know much. But the way I see it is, I do have some unanswered questions. So I'm hoping that this will give me the answer I'm looking for. That chapter will close and I can move on. Truly move on.
Both Kane and Havana are trying to answer the biggest questions we have. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I fit in?
my hair is look at the curl. It's a dry curl moment because I haven't got time to wash it because we've got to go soon.
Havana's DNA paternity results are due any day now, so she and Beth are planning distractions. Where are you going tonight?
We're going to see Davina De Campo.
Who's Davina De Campo?
Davina De Campo is from season 1 of UK Drag Race. She is it. She is everything. She is stunning. And she's just, I've heard that she's like one of the kindest people ever, and I've texted her so I'd know.
Really? How did you get to text?
Well, because on Instagram, I said, OMG, you are one of my biggest inspirations in the world, and thank you for all you have done for our community, and thank you for all you've inspired in me. And she liked that at first. And then I was saying that I'm going to come and see the show, and she said, fab, it's going to be amazing. She lost her car, she left it in the train station, and it was just like genuine conversation, just like fun, just speaking about it. You know, just like really casual messaging.
Never been here in my life.
Cambridge is down there, and I think it's that way.
So, shall we get this meet and greet started then, Birmingham? It is Davina De Campo.
Oh my goodness, she's the promise of your life. I'm actually going to cry.
Hi, darling. How are you?
I'm just so happy to see you. Thank you. I've been playing ever. And I just wanted to say, like, you really inspired me to become an AFAB queen. Can I get like an inspirational note or message, if that's okay?
I will do my best.
Oh my goodness. I'm getting emotional. I can't get emotional. Not today. Thank you so much. It really was. Can I get you to grab that quickly? Thank you so much. Thank you. You can fly to me.
What does the other bit say?
Fly to the moon. You know that's what we call it. So proud of you, darling.
This evening, I am Davina De Campo. I'm gonna be your stick around to the end of the night. Whatever goes, and it
I didn't have that family that supported me growing up. Doing drag, I've got this whole community filled with people that have been through similar things, you know, that neglect of family or not understanding who they truly are. And having that kind of family that I so strongly relate to, being in drag, is amazing.
Havana has received a call. Aga is coming round with the test results.
Hello, hi Havana. Good to see you.
Gorgeous.
Are you ready?
I don't know. Vicky just dropped it off, bless her. Oh, I was literally like, oh, I don't even know if Aga knows, but you do, I'm guessing.
I do.
Okay. It's a bit nerve-wracking. Okay. So it says like my relationship. Hang on, no, I don't want to. I want to do it one time because I'll freak out otherwise. Test request, second degree relative. Summary of the results. Hypothesis that the tested individuals are related to second degree. Oh my god, I've waited years for this. Oh my god. You're gonna get emotional. Oh my god. Thank you for all of this. Oh my goodness. Wait till Bethany finds that. Oh my god. Wait till Bethany finds that. Oh
funny now. This is ridiculous.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
There's no such thing
England nil, Hungary 4.
as an easy game in international football.
Bellingham tipped away. Saka having a go. Oh, what a goal!
The journey to UEFA Euro 2024 continues with Malta versus England on Channel 4. Watch live and free Friday at 7.
I want to build a machine that history would remember. I can't do this without you.
What are you doing?
You both need this just as much as I do.
Halt and Catch Fire on Channel 4. Stream all episodes free now.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
It's quite a big moment.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think it'll be really kind of difficult for Kane to go through them. I know he's been waiting a long time.
6 months after requesting his files, Kane has finally received them. To help him interpret the documents, the service brings in an advisor who's known him since he was a child.
I am nervous for him, just because I don't want him to read something that's going to upset him, or kind of make him question the relationships that he's got in his life. Not everyone requests their files. Not everyone wants to know. And for him to be able to read these files is really brave.
The files contain all of Kane's case notes made by social workers over the last 19 years.
He wants to know everything and, what's led him to be the person that he is today. Does your family know that you've applied for them as well?
I told my mum ages ago, but
Yeah.
I haven't actually said anything since. Oh,
Yes.
oh, we're in.
We're in.
I think we're in.
We're in. Right, let's have a look.
Oh, that's my name.
Okay.
So
this bit here, saying about basic care, this assessment is saying that your parents are not kind of responding to your emotional needs. Your basic needs are met. You're fed, you're clean, you've got lots of toys, but it's your emotional needs. So disagreements between parents are resolved in not right so. So it's saying that any disagreements, any arguments results in violence. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then your stepdad came on the scene.
And then we'll get the truth, yeah.
Yeah,
Basically.
okay.
Oh, here we go. I haven't seen this before.
Right, okay, that's good. So
Anything is my professional content.
So all the children obeyed the disclosure to the learning mentor, then to the social worker that
I know who that is. Isn't it?
hits them with a wooden stick.
An interim care order was granted because of significant historical and current concerns about Miss Mansour's ability to meet the needs of her children and put them at first.
I would interpret that as if they were being hit with a wooden stick at home, mum's not able to protect them from that because that's going on. That might have been, not that your mum wasn't good to you or didn't care about you, because it says that, your mum really loved you, but struggled to keep you safe, because she was obviously in not a very good relationship at the time. So it might have been really difficult for her to get out of that.
I looked after my children very well. They were always taken to school on time. They were always clean. They were always fed well. The reason I got told why they were taken off me was because I picked the wrong man.
So that would have been one of the concerns raised in that meeting.
But can you understand why they were taken off you?
I couldn't at the time because of the situation I was in, but I can.
Oh, what a tuggy. Oh, what the fuck? I'm gonna call it a night. Ah. That's been 4 hours. Yeah, that's big enough. That's long enough, as. Oh yeah. See ya.